The Arctic stretches farther than the eye can see, but what lies within it is even more unforgiving. It holds secrets too strange to ignore and too real to dismiss. Expeditions that pushed into the white and never came back, leaving behind only scattered camps, final notes, and unanswered gaps in the record. Ships trapped in moving ice like drifting prisons. Patrols that vanished on routine routes. A red tent on the frozen sea, where survival became politics. A balloon lost to the polar sky, found decades later like a message that arrived too late. And the Arctic's quietest trick of all, compasses that lie, horizons that invent lands that aren't there, and the feeling, reported by the dying, that someone else is walking beside them. These aren't myths. They're not old legends or campfire stories. They are documented, witnessed, investigated, and still completely unsolved. So settle in. Where we're going, history blurs into haunting. The farther north we travel, the stranger it becomes. Let's begin. Our stories today move farther north than most maps like to linger. Past the last reliable ports, past the final tree line, into a latitude where even time seems to slow. There are places in the Arctic that don't feel hostile in the way a storm feels hostile. They feel indifferent. The wind doesn't hate you. The ice doesn't chase you. It simply continues doing what it has done for millennia. And if you happen to be standing where it wants to shift, you learn very quickly how small your plans are. Wrangel Island is one of those places. On a globe, it looks like a forgotten fleck in the grey-blue between Siberia and Alaska, sitting in the Chukchi Sea like a shut-eye. In summer, when the pack ice retreats, the island can look deceptively gentle. Low hills, pale beaches, tundra stitched with moss, and brief, stubborn flowers. But the beauty is thin. Fog can erase landmarks in minutes. Winds can turn simple travel into a slow emergency. And for most of the year, the ocean isn't ocean at all. It becomes a lid. Hey, before we dive back into more of the history, this video's a bit different, slower, more focused on the story. So if you're doing other things while listening, that's totally fine. Think of this as a late-night companion, something to get lost in. The footage is here if you want it for context, but the real journey happens in your imagination. So sit back and let your mind wander through these incredible mysteries. All right, back to the story. In 1921, 5 people stepped onto that island with a dream that belonged to boardrooms and parliaments, not to a place like this. A dream of flags planted in silence, of sovereignty claimed by endurance, of a tiny colony that would prove a point to governments an ocean away. The organizer was Vilhjalmur Stefansson, the famous and controversial Arctic explorer. He didn't go with them. He planned the attempt from afar, convinced that Wrangel Island could be settled and used as a strategic outpost. The people who went were young, capable, and, in hindsight, unbearably exposed. Alan Crawford, a Canadian and the on-site leader. 3 American men, Fred Mora, Lorne Knight, and Milton Galley, and an Inuk woman named Ada Blackjack, hired as a seamstress and cook, promised wages and a return home. Ada came for money, for her child, for survival of a different kind. And from the beginning, that contrast matters, because the Arctic doesn't care why you're there. It only cares what you can do when the exits vanish. They arrived in September of 1921, late enough that the sea was already thinking about freezing. They set up at Cape Hawaii and began turning crates into a life, assembling shelters, building a cache, laying out routines. They had rifles, ammunition, Flour, tea, traps, and optimism, always the most fragile supply in polar history. At first, the island seemed to cooperate. They hunted, they sent word back, they wrote of progress and confidence. But by winter, the Arctic did what it always does. It removed the route home. The Chukchi Sea locked into ice. Pressure ridges rose like frozen waves. Daylight shrank to a brief blue suggestion and then disappeared. Isolation up there isn't just loneliness. It changes the cost of everything. Every injury becomes more dangerous. Every argument becomes harder to escape because there is nowhere else to go. And when the wind howls for days, the mind begins to circle itself. Spring of 1922 arrived like a slow permission. Light returned. Birds came back to the cliffs. Seals surfaced at breathing holes. And with the light came a sharper fear. A ship should have arrived. It did not. Weeks turned into months. They rationed. They hunted harder. They watched the horizon and tried to keep belief alive on a schedule the island had never agreed to. The missed supply run wasn't just inconvenient. It was a warning that their lifeline to the outside world was thinner than they'd admitted. By the time the second winter closed in, one man, Lorne Knight, was seriously ill, likely weakened by scurvy or another wasting condition that makes even standing feel like labor. That illness changed the shape of every decision. It narrowed their options until there was one desperate plan left: walk off the island. To understand why anyone tried this at all, you have to remember what the Arctic represented in the early 20th century. It wasn't just cold geography. It was a blank margin where empires could still imagine expansion without negotiation. Wrangel Island had been sighted, named, and argued over by outsiders for decades, but it remained unclaimed in a practical sense. No permanent settlement, no clear authority on the ground. Stephenson believed that if a small party could overwinter, raise a flag, and send proof of continued occupation, the island could be treated as held and later supplied, formalized, and folded into the story of ownership. That logic is common in polar history. Presence as proof. A human body is a legal argument. But presence in the Arctic is also a liability. You can't store food the way you do in temperate places. Metal becomes brittle. Fuel becomes precious. Even writing is difficult when ink freezes and fingers lose sensation. And the island's isolation wasn't just distance, it was geometry. Wrangel sits where currents and winds can stack pack ice into thick barricades or tear it into broken plates. Some years it is reachable. Other years it becomes a fortress made of moving parts. When the first relief ship failed to arrive, Stephenson's project began to look less like bold exploration and more like abandonment. And yet the outside world, far away, continued to move slowly. Messages took time. Decisions took longer. The men on the island were living in hours and meals. The people who could help them were living in budgets and seasons. After the rescue in 1923, search efforts for the missing men were limited and uncertain, partly because even searching is an expedition in that region. A coastline patrol can miss a camp by a mile and never know. A sledge party can be turned back by a single pressure ridge. The Arctic doesn't simply hide evidence. It makes the act of looking for evidence dangerous enough that many people stop looking. And in the background, politics kept shifting. Within a few years, the Soviet Union would assert control over Wrangel Island, ending any ambiguity about its status. The colony attempt, meant to be a flag planted for one empire, became instead a story that embarrassed everyone involved. An experiment in ownership that ended with a grave, a survivor, and 4 names written in past tense. Which raises a final quiet question that hangs over the tragedy. If the island had been closer, if a ship could have reached them in weeks instead of seasons, would the 4 men have ever left? Or did the distance itself create the decision, tightening around them until the only way to feel alive was to walk into the white and trust the ice like a road? In January of 1923, Alan Crawford, Fred Maurer, Milton Galler, and the sick Lorne Knight's companions decided to cross the sea ice to Siberia, roughly 100 miles over a surface that is never truly stable. They would take supplies and try to reach the mainland, where help might exist. Ada Blackjack stayed behind to care for Knight, and because the arithmetic of that camp demanded someone remain with the supplies and the sick man. The 4 men stepped into a white world where distance lies. On sea ice, you can walk for hours and feel as though you have gone nowhere. You can approach a ridge that looks small from far away and find it is a wall. You can follow what seems straight and end up drifting sideways as the ice itself moves under your feet. And beneath everything is the Arctic's simplest threat: open water, appearing without warning in dark leads that crack through the pack like a knife. They were never seen again. No bodies were recovered. No camp was found. No rifle half buried in a drift. Not even the harsh closure the North sometimes grants: an overturned sled, scattered food tins, a frozen note pinned to a marker. For the outside world, the men simply walked out of record. Ada remained, now effectively alone, with a man growing weaker, and the next summer, a distant rumor. She was not trained as an explorer in the way newspapers like to imagine explorers. She was a seamstress, a cook, a person who knew cold, but not this isolation, not this burden, not this long stretch of waiting for a ship that might never return. And yet, she endured. Her days became a loop of necessities: checking traps, hunting when she could, boiling water, mending clothing, rationing matches, and guarding the thin warmth of the hut as storms came and left. She learned to shoot better. She learned to read weather in the pitch of wind. She learned how quickly hope can become a resource to be conserved like flour. Lorne Knight eventually died. Ada buried him as best she could in ground that resists a shovel like stone. Then she returned to the shelter that still held tools and journals, the residue of a colony that had become by then a single human heartbeat. When rescue finally arrived in the summer of 1923, it felt less like salvation than retrieval. A ship anchors offshore. You stand with the others at the rail, squinting into glare that turns sea and sky into the same pale sheet. The island looks unchanged, low, silent, indifferent, yet you search it for anything human: a flag, a signal fire, a moving figure. As the small boat grinds onto gravel, the cold rises off the ground like something stored. You walk toward the hut with your collar up, boots sinking slightly in tundra that feels sponge soft over permafrost. Every step is loud in the quiet. The door hangs there like a question. When it opens, the air inside is stale with smoke and damp cloth, and your eyes catch the details you didn't want to find. The lived-in disorder, the thin economy of supplies, the careful mending, the sense of time spent waiting. And then you see her, Ada, standing in that narrow space, alive. The shock isn't joy yet. It's disbelief. Because for months, you have been rehearsing a different discovery. The rescuers found Ada, thin, weathered, alive. They found the hut. They found Knight's grave. And they found a silence that did not match the size of the story. There were notes and journals. There was a recorded history of waiting, rationing, and frustration. But there was no final explanation for what happened to the 4 men who left. And that absence is the true weight of Wrangel Island. The island did not merely kill a colony attempt, it erased its ending. The simplest theory is also the most believable. The men died on the ice. They fell through a lead of open water and were taken under before anyone could react. They were crushed by shifting flows. They were caught in a whiteout that erased direction and turned travel into wandering. They reached Siberia and collapsed beyond the view of any settlement. In the Arctic, evidence doesn't rot, it vanishes. Ice fractures and refreezes. Snow overwrites trails. A body can become part of the pack, and the pack can drift for miles before it breaks and dissolves into the sea. But even that grim simplicity leaves a shadow, because these were not reckless strangers. They planned. They had supplies. They knew the basics of survival. If they died quickly, why did the island give back nothing? If they made it part way, why were no camps or caches later found by hunters? If they reached the mainland, why did no rumor surface, no witness, no fragment of contact? A second theory is quieter and more human. Weakness. Months of rationing can hollow out the body without anyone noticing until it's too late. Vitamin deficiency can loosen teeth, slow healing, blur judgment. Exhaustion can make a safe decision feel pointless and a dangerous one feel necessary. If they left while already compromised, the crossing wasn't a bold gamble. It was a fragile march on borrowed strength. Then there is timing. The Arctic is famous for its sudden shifts, weather that changes faster than morale. A day that looks calm can turn into wind hard enough to strip heat through fur. A clear horizon can collapse into whiteout with no warning, turning the world into a blank page where north and south stop meaning anything. Even if the men were moving well, one storm could have scattered them, forced a detour, or driven them into the open water they were trying to avoid. And finally, there is the most unsettling possibility. Not supernatural, but psychological. When rescue is promised, you can endure almost anything because suffering has an end date. But when the promise breaks, your mind begins to negotiate with despair. You start to believe that the world has forgotten you. You start to make decisions not because they are wise, but because they feel like motion, and motion feels like control. On Wrangel Island, the men may have crossed the line between endurance and panic without ever admitting it aloud. Wrangel Island still sits out there, remote and quiet, known today for its polar bears and walrus haulouts, for being a sanctuary of life at the edge of the habitable world. But the story of 1921 to 1923 is still stitched into its shoreline like a seam you can't unpick. A colony arrived with certainty. The island answered with distance. 4 men walked away and were never returned. 1 woman stayed and survived, not because the Arctic softened, but because she learned day by day what it demands. And if you stand on that coast in your imagination, looking out across the pale water, the mystery doesn't feel like a puzzle waiting to be solved. It feels like a warning written in absence. Because somewhere under drifting ice that opens and seals like a breathing mouth, the last steps of those men may still exist for a moment, pressed into snow, then erased, over and over, as if the North is patiently repeating the same lesson. Come if you want, plan carefully, bring everything, but understand this: the Arctic doesn't have to explain itself. It only has to outlast you. Story 2. The Lost Patrol from 1929. Greenland's Quiet Catastrophe. Most Arctic tragedies do not start with a scream. They start with a checklist, a route drawn in pencil, a man tightening a strap with fingers already numb from habit. In places where the horizon is an instruction and the weather is a verdict, routine can feel like armor. But not all mysteries lie buried under far-off islands that refuse to return bodies. Some happen closer to the edges of administration, closer to patrol logs, radio schedules, and the modest human belief that a timetable makes a wilderness more obedient. In 1929, on the eastern face of Greenland, a Danish sled patrol set out across a landscape that looks empty until you understand it as a system. Fjords that funnel wind like a blade, high ice caps that manufacture storms, and coastal flats that can turn overnight into fields of fractured glass. The mission was not grand, it was practical. Mail, checks on depots, confirmation that Denmark's thin chain of winter houses and stations still held. And yet, the patrol did not return. They left behind scattered traces, messages too calm for the danger, signs of decisions made quickly, and a timeline that refuses to sit neatly in order. It became one of those Arctic cases that sits in archives like a splinter, not loud enough to become legend, not clean enough to be dismissed as simple misfortune. To understand why this disappearance still unsettles people who study polar history, you have to picture Greenland as it was then. Vast, thinly mapped, and politically tense in a quiet way. Denmark's presence on the island was administrative as much as scientific, and patrols served as moving proof. A sled team was a line drawn across snow, a human signature left on a coastline that ships could not guard once the sea froze. A patrol of that era traveled with what seems, from a warm room, almost absurdly small. Food for men and dogs, a Primus stove, spare runners, harness, rifle, matches kept dry as if they were gold. The dogs were the engine, but also the warning system, sensitive to thin ice, to hidden water, to shifts in weather that humans only feel when it is too late. Their route would have threaded along the coast, using caches and winter houses as punctuation points. On paper, it was a line. On the ground, it was a negotiation. Sea ice that could buckle into pressure ridges, leads of open water that appeared like black cracks, and inland slopes where crusted snow sliced paws and broke runners. At first, the patrol's absence would have seemed like delay. Delay is normal in the Arctic. A day lost to wind, a week forced into shelter while the world outside becomes a white roar. Stations do not panic immediately because panic is a luxury. If you respond to every silence as catastrophe, you run out of rescue capacity before the real catastrophe arrives. But the silence stretched, and then fragments began to surface. A note found where a note should be, but dated in a way that made rescuers uneasy. Tracks that seemed to turn back, then forward again. Supplies taken from a cache with the kind of efficiency that suggests training, and the kind of urgency that suggests the margin was already gone. You are there when the first proof stops being a worry and becomes an object. The wind keeps moving, not louder, not softer, just constant. So your own breath feels like something private. You bend where the drift thins, and the snow gives with that dry, granular sound it makes when it hasn't melted in months. The tin is half buried, exactly where it should be, which is what makes your stomach tighten. You work it free with slow hands, because you already know how paper behaves out here. It survives too well. The lid resists, then yields, and the cold inside the container feels older than the air. You unfold the note carefully, not for drama, but because if it tears, you lose the only voice you have. The pencil lines are steady. The words, "Do not panic." The date sits on the page like a wrong star in a familiar sky. For a moment, you can almost see the patrol. Boots, harness, dogs, moving with purpose. Then the wind touches the paper's edge, and you remember how quickly purpose becomes a direction you can't prove. This is where the timeline begins to feel wrong. In an ordinary journey, time and distance align. You leave Station A, you reach Depot B, you arrive at Station C. Here, the known points, where a message was left, where an item was found, seem to resist that tidy order. Either the patrol moved faster than expected through conditions that should have slowed them, or the evidence was discovered later in a way that made it appear earlier. Or, more unsettlingly, the patrol was caught in a loop, moving, correcting, backtracking, as if trying to repair a mistake while the landscape kept rearranging itself. Imagine traveling through a world with no landmarks except what you build yourself. A cairn of stones, a black flag on a pole, a line of dog tracks that can be erased by afternoon. Now add whiteout. Whiteout is not merely bad visibility, it is the collapse of orientation. The horizon disappears. Depth perception fails. A slope becomes invisible until you are on it. Men can walk in a circle for hours and swear they have gone straight. In that condition, navigation becomes counting. Hours, wind direction on your cheek, compass headings that must be corrected for declination in high latitudes. A compass is a tool that requires interpretation, and stress makes interpretation sloppy. A small error, 5 degrees off, doesn't feel like an error at first. It feels like nothing. But over a day, it becomes miles. Over a week, it becomes disappearance. Weather is the obvious suspect, and yet weather alone rarely satisfies the questions. Storms explain why you cannot move. They do not always explain why you move in the wrong direction after the storm breaks. So investigators turn to the ice itself. Coastal sea ice can seem solid until it isn't. Leads can open silently at night. Pressure ridges can turn a flat crossing into a jagged maze. If a lead cut their route, the patrol might have been forced inland, onto rougher terrain where progress slows and options narrow. Inland detours in Greenland flirt with crevasses and sastrugi, wind-carved ridges that batter sleds and exhaust dogs. One wrong step can punch through a thin snow bridge into blue emptiness. But a sudden crevasse accident tends to leave a brutal clarity. This story feels more gradual, as if the patrol was dissolving over time, not erased in one instant. That brings us back to the quiet failures of the body. Hypothermia does not always arrive as collapse. It can arrive as confidence, as a strange warmth in the mind that convinces you the danger is less than it is. Frostbite numbs fingers until you cannot tie knots, cannot light a stove, cannot repair a runner. Dehydration stalks even in a world made of ice, because melting snow requires fuel and time. If a storm pinned them longer than expected, the arithmetic of survival shifts. And when the arithmetic shifts, decisions that once felt unthinkable begin to present themselves as logical. One possibility is the simplest and, in some ways, the most frightening. The patrol reached a cache and found it compromised, buried beyond access, marked poorly, or empty. Caches were lifelines, and lifelines fail in silent ways. A fox tears packaging. Wind buries a marker. Another party takes supplies, assuming they will replace them. In the Arctic, an empty cache is not inconvenience. It is a countdown. If the patrol expected to resupply and did not, they had only two choices: retreat fast, risking thin ice behind them, or push forward toward the next station with less margin than planned. The Arctic punishes both hesitation and haste. Retreat can mean walking back into worsening weather. Forward can mean committing to a distance you can no longer afford. In several Arctic disappearances, the evidence suggests something else too: separation. If one man went ahead to find shelter or a depot, leaving notes, while another slowed, injured, or sheltered behind, the trail becomes fragmented. Rescue parties might find a later note first, then discover an earlier one miles away, out of order, like pages of a diary scattered by wind. And if timekeeping failed, if a watch stopped, if days blurred inside a storm, those notes could be dated wrongly, not by deceit, but by simple human disorientation in a world that destroys rhythm. Even rescuers can misread time. Tracks preserved in cold can look fresh. Notes can sleep under drifts for weeks, then appear intact in spring light. The Arctic can both erase and archive, choosing randomly when it does either. Official conclusions, when they exist, tend to settle on a combination: delay, navigational drift, exhaustion. The North swallowed them. The end. But those calm messages, those human artifacts, do not sit comfortably with a clean ending. A calm note suggests a plan, yet the outcome suggests something broke that plan faster than expected. That contradiction is the heart of the mystery. The tension between the rational voice of a man writing in pencil and the irrational reality of the environment around him. Because the Arctic's strangest talent isn't violence, it's indifference. It lets you think you are still inside the routine, right up until the routine is no longer real. Somewhere along that 1929 route, a wind may have turned 20 degrees. A temperature may have risen just enough to weaken ice, then dropped again to seal the lead behind them. A compass needle may have steadied in the wrong direction. A single decision made in the morning may have seemed small until night arrived early and the margin was gone. If you stand today on Greenland's eastern coast, the landscape still holds memory without offering confession. Snow fills old tracks. Ice smooths over old cracks. Wind moves across flat white, like someone brushing a page clean. And somewhere out there, if the cold has been kind in its own strange way, there may still be a note sealed in a tin, a pencil line that believed it would be read. Not a scream, not a final radio call, just a sentence, steady and practical, left for whoever came after. And that is what makes the Lost Patrol feel like a riddle that never ends. When the world becomes nothing but white and wind, how do you know you're still moving toward home, or simply moving quietly toward nowhere? And if you can't tell the difference, the Arctic will never correct you. Story 3. The Karluk disaster and the ice that chose a victim. Not all Arctic mysteries begin with men already lost on the land. Sometimes the riddle starts earlier, at the edge of the map, when confidence is still intact, when supplies are stacked neatly, when a ship's hull feels like certainty. And then, without drama, without warning, the world changes state. Water becomes a kind of law. The sea turns solid, and a vessel that was meant to be a flagship becomes something else entirely. A drifting prison with a schedule written by ice. In the summer of 1913, the Canadian Arctic expedition moved north with big promises and bigger ambitions. It was an era when the polar regions still looked like blank parchment to governments and universities, spaces where a national identity could be written in ink made of discovery. The Karluk was not the newest ship on the water, but she was chosen as the expedition's floating backbone, a working animal meant to carry men, equipment, and the kind of optimism that only exists before the first freeze. And optimism, in the Arctic, is always a temporary resource. The Karluk slipped into the northern world at a time of year when the ocean can still pretend to be generous. The light stretches longer. The horizon looks open. The air has a faint softness to it, like the planet has forgotten what it becomes in winter. But even in late summer, the pack ice is never truly gone. It withdraws, it thins, it breaks apart and reforms. It drifts like a slow mind, rearranging itself while sailors stare at a surface that seems calm, only because it moves at a scale too large to notice. The first trap is always psychological, the belief that you can see what the ice is doing. The Karluk's fate tightened gradually. A loose field became a tighter one. Leads, those temporary corridors of open water, appeared like invitations, then closed like doors. The ship pressed forward, then hesitated, then found herself surrounded. And when the ice finally held her, it did not crash down like a dramatic sentence. It simply refused to let go. The expedition had plans. The ice had its own. Here is where the story begins to feel less like a disaster and more like a strange negotiation with something alive. Pack ice is not a single thing. It is pressure ridges, thick, tortured walls where slabs have collided. It is floes, broad plates that drift like continents. It is thin new ice that forms overnight, and old multi-year ice that survives seasons like bone. Wind pushes it, currents carry it, temperature changes its strength. And because all of these forces layer together, the surface becomes a moving geography, one that redraws itself while you sleep. To the men aboard Karluk, the sea began to behave like a living map that could be edited at will. A route visible at noon might be erased by dusk. A promising opening might lead nowhere, funneling the ship deeper into a region where escape becomes a rumor. And once the ship was caught, she drifted, pulled by currents that acted like invisible hands beneath the ice. This drifting mattered. It turned time into distance. It meant that even as the men stayed in place, the Arctic was carrying them somewhere else. The leader of the broader expedition, Vilhjalmur Stephenson, stepped off the Karluk early, officially on a hunting trip, leaving the ship under the command of Captain Robert Bartlett, a skilled navigator with real polar experience. The separation would become one of the most bitter shadows of the entire saga. Because when the ice began to take Karluk away, it also took away the argument of responsibility. Who was supposed to be on the ship? Who was supposed to stay? Who was supposed to decide when to retreat? In polar stories, the fracture line is often not ice. It is authority. As weeks passed and the Karluk drifted westward into the Chukchi Sea, the ship became a small island of wood and routine, surrounded by a world that changed shape daily. Inside, there were clocks, rations, instruments, objects that belonged to civilization. Outside, there was an environment that does not recognize those objects as meaningful. Winter comes in layers. First the air sharpens, then the daylight thins. Then the sound changes. Water slapping against hull replaced by a muffled silence, as if the world has been wrapped in cloth. A ship in ice hears pressure the way a house hears wind, as creaks, groans, occasional sudden bangs that make men sit upright in their bunks, listening for the moment the structure fails. And pack ice does not simply hold a ship, it tests it. It pushes and relaxes, like a slow muscle. The Karluk was built for northern waters, but not for endless compression. Eventually, the ice began to crush. The hull took stress where no carpenter intended it. Planks groaned. Seams opened. Water seeped in. Men pumped and patched while the temperature kept dropping and the darkness began to feel permanent. When the Karluk finally died, it was not theatrical. It was inevitable. The ship was abandoned onto the ice as she foundered and sank, disappearing under a surface that had once been sea, now acting like a lid. You are there on the frozen plain, boots biting into snow that squeaks with every shift of weight. The air stings the inside of your nose, and your breath hangs for a moment before the wind tears it apart. Behind you, the ship is still close enough to feel like shelter, close enough to believe it might hold on a little longer. Wood, rigging, familiar angles against an empty horizon. Then the ice groans, not loudly, but with the deep complaint of pressure moving somewhere below your feet. Men stand shoulder to shoulder with salvaged bundles, watching as the Karluk settles lower, slower than you expect, like a tired animal kneeling. You listen for a crack that never comes. Instead, water swallows sound. The hull slips down and the sea closes over it, dark and level, as if nothing was ever there. For a second, you feel the wrongness of standing on ocean that pretends to be land. Your only real home has just gone under, and the surface you're left on can move without asking you. And with that sinking, the story pivots from maritime exploration to something older and harsher. A forced march across shifting ice toward whatever land might exist beyond the horizon. This is where survival turns into a moral landscape. On paper, it is simple. You move toward land. You conserve food. You keep people together. You maintain leadership and discipline. But the Arctic does not reward paper plans. It introduces variables that cannot be argued with. Blizzards that erase direction, pressure ridges that turn a straight line into a maze, thin ice that looks solid until it breaks beneath a footstep. And then there is the most haunting variable of all, the ice itself moving under you. Imagine marching for hours, hauling loads, exhausting your body in silence, only to realize that the flow beneath you has drifted during the night, undoing your progress. Imagine waking to find a lead, open water, cutting through the route you planned, as if the world has decided to separate you from your destination. These are not obstacles in the normal sense. They feel intentional, not because the Arctic has a mind, but because it responds to forces we cannot perceive directly. Wind changes, current shifts. The temperature rises by a few degrees and weakens a bridge you trusted, then drops again and seals a channel behind you, removing the path back. In that environment, the ice behaves like a living geography, one that rearranges outcomes. Some groups splintered, some men refused orders, some chased rumors of easier routes or of supplies cached somewhere ahead. And within the camp, within the fragile social bubble that had survived the sinking, small grievances grew heavy. Hunger is not just emptiness. It is a pressure on decision-making, a distortion that turns pride into stubbornness, caution into paranoia, generosity into something that feels expensive. There are accounts from disasters like this where morality does not disappear in one dramatic moment. It thins, it cracks, it breaks into separate flows of behavior. People begin to calculate each other. They begin to measure who contributes and who consumes. They begin to ask quietly whether one more mouth is a risk. When the Arctic strips away abundance, it also strips away the illusion that humans are naturally cooperative. Captain Bartlett's role becomes central here, not because he had control over the ice, but because he was forced to become the anchor in a world without anchors. Bartlett was not a perfect hero. No one is in a story like this. But he understood something that many did not, that the Arctic punishes indecision. That leadership in winter is not charisma, but structure. Schedules, watches, rationing, the ability to keep people moving when they feel like staying still. And still, structure could only do so much. The march toward Wrangel Island, an isolated patch of land in the Northern Ocean, became the expedition's best hope. Yet even that hope was unstable. Wrangel was not an easy destination. It was distant, and the route across sea ice was a gamble. And the ice did what it does. It offered opportunities and then withdrew them. This is where the story earns its title, because it begins to feel as though the ice chose a victim. Not in the sense of intention, but in the sense of selection. The Arctic sorts outcomes. It rewards certain decisions and destroys others. It magnifies small errors into final consequences. A delayed departure becomes a missed weather window. A wrong turn becomes extra days of ration consumption. A moment of fatigue becomes a plunge through thin ice. Once you are in that chain, you are no longer just surviving against nature. You are surviving inside a moving system that keeps reconfiguring itself around you. Some men reached Wrangel Island, others did not. And the ones who arrived did not arrive into safety. Wrangel was not a sanctuary. It was simply land, cold, barren, and short on food. It offered the psychological relief of ground, but it could not provide the infrastructure of rescue. Once there, the survivors were stranded, watching the horizon for ships that might never come, trapped in a different kind of prison. Not drift ice now, but isolation. And inside that isolation, the moral collapse deepened. Starvation changes people in ways that are difficult to narrate calmly, because hunger is a slow violence. It doesn't announce itself with blood. It announces itself with weakness, with irritability, with mistakes, with moments of delusion where a person becomes convinced they can walk further than they can, or that a small ration will be enough, or that the weather will break if they wait just one more day. Wrangel Island became a stage for the second, quieter disaster. The one where survival is not just a test of endurance, but a test of social fabric. Who gets the best shelter? Who gets the warmest clothing? Who gets the last match? In a world of scarcity, every object becomes political. And while all of this was happening, the ice continued to behave strangely around them, forming and breaking, sealing routes, opening water, then refreezing. Rescue attempts were delayed by conditions that shifted unpredictably. Even when a vessel could theoretically approach, the pack could refuse it. In the Arctic, near does not mean reachable. A ship can be visible on the horizon and still impossible to get to, because the ice between you is not stable ground. It is a moving argument. This is why the Karluk story remains more than a historical tragedy. It becomes a study in how the polar environment manipulates human perception. The Arctic distorts time because daylight disappears. It distorts space because the landscape is repetitive, white, flat, horizonless. It distorts causality because outcomes don't always match effort, and that distortion can make the ice feel intelligent. It can make people describe it as if it has moods, as if it is allowing passage one day and punishing it the next. Modern science can explain much of this. We know about wind-driven drift, the way sea ice responds to atmospheric pressure systems and ocean currents. We know that leads open along stress lines and that pressure ridges form when flows collide. We know that ice navigation is a constant improvisation because the terrain changes faster than a human can map it. And yet, knowing the mechanism does not erase the feeling. Because in the Karluk disaster, there are moments that read like a deliberate rearrangement of fate, a route that should have held, failing at exactly the wrong time, a storm that arrives just as supplies are moved, a stretch of ice that looks solid and then becomes water, a decision to split that becomes irreversible because the ice seals behind one group, turning separation into disappearance. And this is where theories begin to gather, some grounded, some drifting into speculation. The mainstream explanation is brutally sufficient. The Karluk was underprepared for the variability of pack ice, caught in an unfavorable drift, and then destroyed by pressure. The expedition's human conflicts, leadership disputes, uneven experience, strained discipline, made survival harder than it needed to be. The Arctic simply amplified those weaknesses. In this view, the living geography is not supernatural. It is the natural result of complex systems. Wind, current, temperature, and ice dynamics interacting in ways that feel personal because they are experienced at human scale. But another layer of interpretation lingers, especially in the way survivors described their environment. Some spoke as if the ice made decisions, as if it closed in response to movement, as if certain paths were forbidden not by walls, but by timing. And if you listen carefully, you can hear a deeper fear behind those descriptions. Not fear of monsters, but fear of randomness. Because randomness in the Arctic doesn't feel random, it feels targeted. There is also a darker, more human theory about why the Karluk disaster has such a haunting reputation. That the moral collapse is what people remember most, and that memory reshapes the environment into a villain. In other words, when a group becomes divided, when trust erodes, when desperate decisions are made, the mind searches for an external force to blame. The ice becomes that force. It becomes the chooser, because the alternative is admitting that human beings, under pressure, will sometimes choose for themselves. And still, there remains the most unsettling idea of all: quiet, unprovable, and strangely persistent. That certain places in the Arctic behave like traps, not just because of physics, but because of geography that is not fully visible. Hidden currents, unmapped shoals, subtle patterns in drift that repeat seasonally, routes that look open in one decade and closed in the next. The Arctic has rhythms, but humans only sample them briefly, in fragments, and then we call those fragments events. The Karluk drift is one of those fragments. A ship caught, carried, crushed, its people scattered across a white system that moved beneath them like a conveyor belt. When Captain Bartlett eventually undertook his own desperate journey for help, crossing immense distances with a small party, it underscored something that the Karluk disaster teaches better than any lecture. In the polar world, rescue is not a moment. It is a chain of decisions stretched across weeks, and any link can fail. And even when rescue succeeds, it does not resolve everything. Some names remain less known than they should. Some accounts contradict. Some details blur under the weight of trauma and the temptation to simplify. And in the background of the whole story is the ice itself, still drifting, still rearranging, still erasing tracks and routes and arguments. The ship is gone. The campfires are long cold. The voices have faded into archives. But the environment that shaped their fate remains active, repeating its patterns for anyone unlucky or ambitious enough to enter at the wrong time. It's easy to think of the Karluk as a cautionary tale about hubris, about exploration culture, about poor preparation, about leadership mistakes. But if you sit with it longer, the story becomes stranger than a simple lesson. Because the Karluk was not lost in a single dramatic instant. She was carried slowly by a system that looks like stillness from a distance, and the men who walked away from her sinking did not step onto stable ground. They stepped onto a moving world that could slide them closer to land or peel them away into open water, depending on forces they couldn't see. That is the quiet horror of pack ice. It can feel like land until it behaves like sea again. And somewhere out there, north of the ordinary shipping lanes, beyond the places that most maps bother to name, there are still flows that crack open in the night, leads that form like black seams and seal shut by morning, ridges that rise as if the ocean is pushing up through its own skin, a geography that remakes itself without witnesses. If the Lost Patrol asked how you can know you're moving toward home, the Karluk disaster asks something colder. When the ground beneath you is not ground at all, when it is drifting, reshaping, and quietly deciding which direction is real, how do you know the Arctic isn't simply carrying you where it wants you to go? And if it is, how many other ships and how many other men have already been chosen without anyone noticing the moment the ice began to move? Story 4. The Italia airship crash of 1928. Sometimes the Arctic doesn't need to swallow you whole. Sometimes it only needs to separate you piece by piece until the rescue becomes a second expedition and the truth becomes another thing the ice can keep. In the spring of 1928, the polar world was still a place where maps turned pale and uncertain the farther north you looked. The top of the planet was not a continent, not an ocean, not even a stable surface you could point to with confidence. It was moving ice, an immense, slow machine of pressure ridges and leads, of plates grinding past each other in silence. On a calm day, it could look like a frozen desert. On a bad day, it could behave like a sea that had learned how to impersonate land. And into that white, someone decided to fly. The airship Italia was an elegant gamble, an immense, silver, rigid dirigible designed to do what ships could only dream of. Leap over the killing distances, cross the featureless drift, and touch the pole itself like a fingertip on a forbidden page. It was commanded by Umberto Nobile, an Italian engineer and aviator who had already tasted polar prestige. 2 years earlier, he had flown the airship Norge across the Arctic with Roald Amundsen and Lincoln Ellsworth, reaching the North Pole in the air, an achievement that felt like the future arriving early. But the future always arrives with debts. By 1928, the airship age was still a fragile idea. Hydrogen held in fabric cells, a skeleton of aluminum, engines that could fail in cold air, and weather that could turn without warning. Up there were no harbors, no emergency fields, no safe, solid ground. If something went wrong, the only thing beneath you was the Arctic itself, moving, indifferent, and quietly deciding which direction was real. Italia departed from Svalbard, specifically the settlement at Kings Bay, known today as Ny-Ålesund, where the world felt briefly civilized. Huts, radio masts, men in wool and leather, moving between crates of supplies and stacks of fuel drums. Then the airship lifted away from that human clutter and entered the emptiness, its shadow sliding over the ice like a slow, silent predator. For a time, it worked. The Italia reached the pole. The crew cast symbols onto the ice below. Messages, flags, the small rituals of claiming a point on a spinning planet. Photographs were taken. Instruments were read. The horizon remained the same in every direction, a circle of pale sky meeting pale snow with no hint of terrain, no ridge or mountain to tell you where you were. The pole, in that sense, was not a place. It was an idea you could briefly stand inside. And then the return began. And that's where the story breaks. Some accounts describe worsening weather, icing, reduced lift, engines strained by cold and wind. Some emphasize decisions, whether to press on, whether to land, whether to turn back earlier. In a disaster like this, physics and judgment tangle together until they're almost indistinguishable. The airship began losing altitude. The white beneath them rose closer and closer, no longer a distant surface, but a wall approaching fast. At around the late morning hours of May 25th, 1928, the Italia struck the ice. You are there in the cramped working space as the air turns suddenly heavy with urgency. The windows are nothing but white. No depth, no slope, no safe angle to judge by. Only a bright surface rising as if the world itself is lifting to meet you. The frame vibrates with a new, wrong rhythm. Instruments twitch. Voices sharpen. You feel the shift in weight before you understand it. The slow confidence of flight turning into an ugly descent that refuses correction. Then the impact comes through the structure, not as a single blow, but as a tearing, grinding jolt that throws bodies and objects into motion. Metal screams. Wood and fabric snap. The airship's familiar hum fractures into chaos. Somewhere above, you sense the larger hull still trying to be a balloon, still wanting to float, while the part you occupy becomes suddenly and brutally grounded. For a breathless moment, you are suspended between two fates, one that crashes and one that drifts away, before the Arctic decides which side of the break you belong to. The impact did not feel like a landing. It felt like the planet swatting a fragile machine out of the sky. The gondola, where men lived and worked, where navigation tables and radios and instruments made the Arctic feel measurable, smashed onto the pack ice. The rigid frame buckled, and then something eerier happened. The lighter-than-air hull, still buoyant, tore away. In the chaos, part of Italia simply drifted off. Imagine it. One moment you are in a wreck, hearing metal scream and men shout. The next, the enormous body of the airship, still filled with hydrogen, still capable of floating, lifts and slides away into fog and distance, carrying with it a portion of the crew. The Arctic does not need to hide you underwater. It can do something worse. It can take you into the sky and erase you there. Those left on the ice were suddenly a small island of human bodies and broken equipment on a surface that would not stay still. Some were injured, fractures, cuts, concussions. They gathered what they could from the wreckage: scraps of food, a few tools, a radio, a sextant, ammunition, a stove. And among the salvaged items was something that would become one of the most haunting symbols in polar history: a tent. It was dyed red, not for comfort, not for warmth, but for visibility, so that if an aircraft or ship ever came close enough, the shelter would not vanish into the endless white. Against snow and fog, red is not just a color. It is a flare that never burns out. They raised it on the ice, anchored it as best they could, and crawled inside. In that moment, the red tent stopped being equipment and became a boundary between two realities: Inside, breath and blood and arguments. Outside, the Arctic, blank and listening. Time in the red tent becomes the real enemy. The cold is a constant, but time is what makes cold lethal. It is what turns an injury into a sentence. It is what shrinks rations into desperation. It is what transforms every minor decision, walk or stay, burn fuel or save it, send a message now or later, into something that can decide who lives. And yet the survivors had one weapon that so many earlier expeditions lacked: radio. The operator, Giuseppe Biaggi, managed to assemble a makeshift transmitter, coaxing it into life with battered parts and limited power. From within a canvas shelter on drifting ice, a human voice began to leak into the world beyond the Arctic. Not a heroic broadcast, not a clean narrative, but fragments, distress calls, coordinates, pleas, updates, and the shaky insistence that they were still alive. This should have made everything simpler. Instead, it made everything louder. Because once the world heard them, the rescue became an international stage. And on a stage, people don't just act to save lives. They act to be seen saving lives. Italy, the Soviet Union, Norway, Sweden, aircraft, ships, volunteers, officials, plans forming and splintering, rivalries resurrecting, pride stepping into the snow alongside compassion. The same drift that had carried the Karluk into moral collapse now carried the Italia survivors into a different kind of danger, being rescued by competing narratives. Even among the survivors, the story fractures. Nobile, commander, symbol, lightning rod was among the injured. Leadership in the tent was not a simple chain of command. It was a negotiation between pain, authority, and survival. Some accounts paint Nobile as pragmatic and focused. Others accuse him of hesitation or self-preservation. The most controversial moment would come later, when a rescue aircraft managed to land near the camp and evacuate the most severely injured, Nobile included. Was it a sensible medical decision or a betrayal of command? The Arctic has a way of turning choices into symbols. The moment Nobile left the ice, he stopped being merely a survivor. He became an argument. But step back into the red tent before that happens. Listen to the small realities. Snow being melted for water, the careful rationing of chocolate and biscuits, the slow management of wounds. Outside, the ice shifts. Pressure ridges rise like frozen waves. Leads open, dark cracks of seawater that can appear overnight where solid ground seemed certain. The camp is not anchored to anything. It is drifting with the pack, moving without consent. And there is another terror here, quieter than starvation. The fear that rescue will look directly at you and still not see you. This is why the tent is red, because white eats detail. The radio calls did not always reach who they were meant to reach. Signals skipped and faded. Some were picked up by amateurs or distant stations before official receivers. There were misunderstandings about coordinates, about who heard what first, about whether the survivors were even where they said they were. In a world without GPS, a handful of numbers on a page can become a battleground. And while governments argued and planners planned, other disasters bloomed in the attempt to save them. Aircraft searching over featureless ice had to navigate low visibility, brutal cold, and winds that could slam a plane into the surface with no warning. Some rescue planes crashed. Some crews were forced down and became stranded themselves. The Arctic multiplied the problem, turning one missing expedition into several. And then there is the haunting shadow that falls across this story like a cold eclipse: Roald Amundsen. The name carries weight even now. Amundsen, the man who had reached the South Pole, who had moved through polar landscapes with a kind of quiet competence that seemed almost supernatural. But when the Italia disaster became known, Amundsen joined the rescue effort, boarding an aircraft to search for the missing. He vanished. In the same Arctic that had already stolen pieces of Italia into the fog, the Arctic took Amundsen as well, erasing him into the grey. Debris would be found later. Floating fragments, hints, nothing that formed a complete answer. If the red tent was a visible wound on the ice, Amundsen's disappearance was an invisible one in the sky. A rescue that creates new mysteries is no longer just a rescue. It becomes a machine for producing uncertainty. Back on the ice, the survivors faced decisions that still ignite debate. One of the most tragic revolves around a choice that sounds, on paper, like courage: to walk. A small party, including the Swedish meteorologist Finn Malmgren, left the camp to attempt a trek toward land or help, an act of desperation or strategy, depending on interpretation. The distances were enormous. The surface was treacherous. Moving on pack ice is not like walking on a frozen lake. It is like walking across broken plates of glass that are slowly rearranging themselves. Accounts of what happened to that party splinter into fragments, stories of exhaustion, injury, separation. Malmgren did not survive. His end is described differently in different narratives, and the uncertainty has given rise to its own grim folklore. In the cold, where no one can linger long enough to be certain of anything, even the facts can freeze into shapes that resemble rumors. Meanwhile, messages from the red tent continued to pulse outward, and the rescue effort continued to grow teeth. One of the strangest elements in this story is how quickly help became both immediate and distant at the same time. Pilots flew dangerously close. Supplies were dropped from the air, but landing was difficult, and ships were far, blocked by ice that refused to behave. The Arctic is not a static obstacle. It is a moving negotiation. It can open a lead like a door and close it like a jaw. And into that jaw came a ship made of iron and intent, the Soviet icebreaker Krasin. To understand why Krasin matters, picture the idea of an icebreaker in 1928. Not a sleek modern vessel, but a heavy, stubborn machine designed to turn the Arctic's solid surface into something passable through force. It did not sail through ice so much as it assaulted it, ramming, grinding, climbing onto slabs and crushing them under its weight, pushing forward into places where ordinary ships would die. Krasin's voyage north was not simply a technical challenge, it was a political act. The Soviet Union, still young and eager to demonstrate capability, was stepping onto an international stage. An Italian expedition had fallen. The world was watching. A successful rescue was not only humanitarian, it was symbolic power in motion. But even power has to negotiate with ice. Krasin fought through pressure ridges and shifting pack that could trap a ship as easily as it trapped Karluk. The difference was that Krasin was built to fight back. Still, it was a slow advance into a realm that did not want to be entered. Every mile gained could be undone by drift. Every channel opened could collapse behind it. Somewhere ahead, men waited inside a red shelter, counting days like beads. When Krasin finally approached the survivors, it was not like the triumphant arrival in a clean adventure story. It was a moment threaded with exhaustion and distrust, and the strange emotional numbness that comes when relief is delayed too long. People think rescue ends suffering. Often, it simply changes its shape. And then came the question that would harden into controversy: who gets taken first? In a perfect world, the order would be obvious: most injured, most vulnerable, those at immediate risk. But rescue is rarely perfect. It is limited by weather, by capacity, by the ability to move people safely across unstable ice. It is also shaped by decisions made far away, by reputations, by the invisible pressure of headlines. Some survivors were evacuated earlier by aircraft, again, including Nobile. Others remained on the ice longer. Later, Krassin would take aboard additional men, pulling them from a landscape that had tried, for weeks, to convince them they were already dead. But even as the physical rescue succeeded, the story did not settle. Because the Italia disaster isn't only about why an airship fell out of the polar sky. It's about what happens to truth when it is exposed to the Arctic and to the world. Leadership accounts diverged. Timelines became contested. Who gave which order? Who heard which message first? Who delayed? Who acted? Who deserved credit? The rescue fractured into rival missions, partly because the Arctic itself fractures any clean plan, but also because people carried their own agendas onto the ice. Italy's internal politics, the public humiliation of a high-profile expedition failing, the need to assign blame or preserve honor. These forces curled around the narrative like frost around a wire. In some retellings, Nobile is unfairly scapegoated. In others, he is guilty of a moral failure that cannot be excused by injury. Some accounts elevate the rescuers into flawless heroes. Others reveal the confusion, the clashes, the near disasters that could have ended much worse. And hovering behind all of it is the simplest, most unsettling fact. The Arctic makes witnesses unreliable, not because they lie, though humans do that too, but because survival changes memory. Cold changes perception. Days blend together when every hour is spent doing the same tasks to stay alive. Distances on ice are deceptive. Direction can be lost in a whiteout so complete that the world becomes a blank page and your footprints vanish behind you like they were never made. Even the red tent itself, so vivid in photographs, so iconic in retellings, was only a small patch of color on a surface that never stopped moving. If you try to fix the story in place, the ice pulls it away. So what are we left with? A wrecked airship that partially disappears into fog, carrying men who are never recovered. A handful of survivors who live inside a red canvas shelter, sending voices through static into a waiting world. A rescue effort so dangerous it creates new wrecks and new victims. A legendary explorer who answers the call and vanishes into the same blankness he once mastered. And an iron icebreaker that forces its way north like a myth made real, only to arrive in time to save lives, yet not in time to save the story from becoming a battleground. If you stand back, the Italia tragedy looks like a triumph. People rescued from the ice, modern technology proving it can reach into the Arctic and pull someone back. But if you listen closely, the sound is less like triumph and more like an unanswered transmission fading at the edge of reception. Because the controversy never fully thawed. There are still arguments about what happened inside the chain of command, about what could have been done differently, about who should be remembered as hero, who should be remembered as caution. And there is still that drifting fact beneath it all. The ice was moving the entire time, carrying the red tent across the top of the world as if it were nothing more than a scrap of fabric on a conveyor belt. In the end, the red tent becomes more than a shelter. It becomes a lens, showing how the Arctic rewrites human truth the same way it rewrites geography. It can save you and still claim part of you. It can allow a rescue and still keep the clean answer out of reach. And long after the last survivor leaves the ice, the questions remain where the tent once stood, hovering over a blank horizon that refuses to hold still. Because if the Karluk disaster asked, how you can know you're moving toward home when the ground itself is drifting. The Italia asks something even quieter and somehow more unsettling. When help is coming, when the world is listening, when the rescue is real and the ship is already breaking through the ice toward you, why does it still feel, inside that red canvas, like the Arctic might decide, at any moment, to carry the truth away anyway? Story 5. The Greely Expedition. This story that follows asks an older, harsher question. What if help isn't coming at all? Decades before radios turned the ice into a stage, another expedition learned that the most terrifying distance in the far north isn't measured in miles. It's measured in weeks, in dwindling calories, in the gap between a promise and the ship that never appears. In 1881, the United States sent a scientific party into the high Arctic as part of the first International Polar Year. The mission was orderly on paper: collect meteorological and magnetic observations, measure tides, record auroras, map coastlines. Progress distilled into numbers. Their leader was First Lieutenant Adolphus Washington Greely, and their destination was Lady Franklin Bay on Ellesmere Island, a name that still sounds like an edge. There, in a landscape of rock and wind, they built Fort Conger, a small outpost facing a sea that could freeze into a continent overnight. At first, the routine held. Instruments were tended like sacred objects. Observations were taken at strict hours, even when fingers went numb and ink thickened in the cold. Men wrote about the aurora as if it were a living thing, pale curtains moving across a black sky. Discipline became comfort, proof that civilization could be carried into the white. But the Arctic's patience is strange. It will let you build a schedule, and then quietly remove the one thing your schedule depends on: resupply. The plan assumed summer ships would break through with food, coal, mail, then carry some men and records back south. If a ship couldn't reach Fort Conger, it would leave depots farther down the coast. And if relief failed again, Greely was ordered to abandon the station and retreat south to those caches, toward the narrow channel where rescuers would be able to reach him. A plan that makes sense, until the ice refuses to cooperate. The first summer came, and no ship arrived. The second came, and again the horizon stayed empty. Each year, men climbed to lookout points and searched for smoke, masts, anything. Each year, the Arctic gave them the same answer: nothing. This is where the Greely expedition begins to change shape, not with a single dramatic disaster, but with slow erosion. Every biscuit eaten became a subtraction from an unknown total. Every can opened became a wager against the future. In 1883, Greely did what his orders demanded. He abandoned Fort Conger and moved south. Moved south sounds simple. On that coast, it meant boats hauled like burdens over shattered pressure ridges, sledges grinding across frozen rubble, and sudden black leads of water opening where the map promised solid ice. It meant wet clothes turning to armor. It meant men falling through thin crust and being dragged out before their bodies decided the cold was permission to stop. They carried what they could: rifles, limited provisions, and the scientific records, months of data that, in a sane world, were the reason they had come. In the Arctic, those pages became something else, proof that the suffering had been for more than nothing. When they reached the region where depots should have been waiting, they found the same emptiness they'd been staring at for years. Some caches were missing, some were too small, some could not be found in storm and drifted snow. Whatever logistical bridge had been built between the far north and the world below had failed at the only moment that mattered. By the time Greely's party reached the area around Cape Sabine, they were no longer a science mission. They were a group of human bodies trying to outlast a winter with almost nothing. They built a camp from scraps and stone. A sail became shelter. Rocks became walls. Bits of wood were saved like currency, not for comfort, but for the possibility of melting a little snow, warming a little blood. Their world shrank to a few yards of frozen ground surrounded by a white infinity that offered no mercy and only occasional hunting, if the sea and weather allowed it. And this is where the story becomes difficult to hold in the mind, because it isn't only about starvation. It's about what starvation makes people do to each other. As the months tightened, rations became smaller, and then smaller again, until meal meant a thin scrap boiled into broth. They ate seals when they could take them. They fought for birds when birds appeared. They used every part, because waste was the difference between a week and a day. When even that failed, they began eating the margins. Leather, bits of boot, seal skin softened and swallowed for its illusion of substance. The body's decline became visible like an experiment none of them had consented to. Weight fell away. Faces sharpened. Gums bled. Teeth loosened. Old wounds reopened. Men grew quiet, not from bravery, but because speech costs energy. Greely tried to keep order anyway. That attempt, order in a world without food, sits at the heart of the mystery. In later accounts, Greely is described as strict, sometimes severe, committed to discipline as if it were the last structure holding the camp together. In his mind, rules weren't cruelty. They were a dam against panic. But under starvation, a rule stops being guidance and becomes a sentence. Soon the camp's quiet terror was not only hunger, but theft. When there is almost no food, a stolen mouthful is not just a betrayal. It is a death moved from one body to another. Greely believed that if stealing began, the camp would collapse into hoarding and violence. The weak would be robbed first. The strong would harden into something unrecognizable. And then the Arctic wouldn't even need to finish them. So Greely enforced the rule with the only power left: punishment. One of the most chilling episodes is an execution. Private Charles Henry was accused of repeatedly stealing rations. Details blur across testimonies. Memory under trauma is never clean. But the core remains. Greely ordered him shot. Imagine the scene. A camp of skeletal men, a grey horizon, a rifle once meant for hunting turned inward. Discipline performed like a final ritual, not for the condemned alone, but for everyone watching. Proof that law still existed. The question that lingers is not only whether it was justified, it's what it did to the survivors' minds. When you execute a starving man for stealing food, you admit something brutal. The camp is governed by arithmetic now. One man's hunger must not endanger the group's calculation. But then, what is the group becoming? Deaths followed in the way starvation deaths often do. Quietly. A man stops rising. A man lies down and does not get up again. In a world where fuel is precious, the dead cannot always be buried properly. Sometimes they are covered with stones, like the Arctic is being asked to keep them. And then, in 1884, relief finally arrived. You are stepping into it before you understand what it is. The wind presses against your face, and the glare off the snow makes the world feel overexposed, as if the Arctic is trying to wash the scene clean before you can witness it. You move closer, boots crunching over hard drift, expecting a camp, something like order, like the outlines of men and gear. But what you see is smaller than you imagined, reduced to rock and fabric, and a few shapes that don't rise. A sail is fixed into a shelter, pinned down by stone, and it looks less like a tent than a last thought made physical. The air holds a stillness that isn't peace. It's absence. You look for movement and find only the slightest, faintest sign of life where life should not be. Everything here feels measured. Every scrap, every footprint, every remaining breath, as if the place itself has been counting down in silence, waiting for you to arrive exactly when there is almost nothing left to save. What rescuers found at Cape Sabine has been described as one of the most disturbing scenes in Arctic exploration history. A handful of survivors barely alive, bodies and bones around a camp that looked less like a station and more like the last page of a diary. Only 6 men were still living. The rescue should have closed the story. Instead, it opened another one. Because the moment investigators and newspapers tried to make sense of what happened, the accounts began to conflict. Why had relief failed so completely? Were depots placed where they were supposed to be? Were decisions made too late, too rigidly, too optimistically? And, more quietly, what happened in that camp when no one was watching? Some controversies are logistical and tragic. Ice, storms, miscommunication, bad luck, human error. In an era without radio, the Arctic was a sealed room. A plan made far away could arrive too late to matter. But the darker controversies live inside the camp. There were claims, never fully settled, that rations had been uneven, that some men received more than others, that hierarchy hardened into privilege. Defenders argue leaders needed strength to command and hunt. Critics answer that when everyone is starving, the appearance of favoritism becomes poison. And then there are the rumors that refuse to die. Cannibalism. Definitive proof remains elusive, and the Arctic is a poor witness. Animals disturb remains. Ice shifts. Bodies freeze and preserve some details while erasing others. Marks that look deliberate can be ambiguous. Testimony, when it exists, is shaped by shame and survival. But the rumors grew because rescuers saw signs of extreme deprivation that did not fit neatly into the story people wanted to tell. And because starvation can push the human mind into actions it will later refuse to name. So the mystery becomes less a courtroom verdict and more an atmosphere, an uncertainty that clings to the camp like frost. Did hunger force choices so unbearable that the survivors could only speak around them? Even Greely's strictest decision, the execution, can be read 2 ways: as a desperate act to prevent collapse, or as evidence that collapse had already begun. Either way, it tells us the camp had moved beyond ordinary morality into something colder. Governance by fear, ration, and threat. To feel why the unease never fully thawed, picture Fort Conger before the collapse, because it wasn't a doomed camp from day one. For a time, it functioned like a small, disciplined world. Storerooms were built, instruments calibrated, shorelines named and sketched. Men kept each other awake with lectures and improvised games, as if routine could persuade the darkness to behave. In the long night, a lamp's circle of light became a private universe where you could pretend the rest of humanity still existed beyond the frost. But in the high Arctic, ordinary problems become existential. Fuel isn't convenience. It is drinkable water, warmth, the ability to treat frostbite before it becomes a permanent loss. And then there is scurvy, the slow internal unraveling that haunted so many polar camps. Swollen gums, bruises that bloom without impact, joints that ache as if filled with grit. Even before starvation, the body can begin to come apart. When Greely ordered the retreat south, he wasn't only racing winter, he was racing that invisible rot and a coastline that isn't a road of ice, but a shifting boundary. Land-fast ice, pack ice, sudden black leads opening like wounds. A single wind can pile pressure ridges taller than a man. A current beneath can quietly move the surface while you sleep, rearranging your map without permission. At Cape Sabine, hunting was supposed to bridge the gap. Sometimes it did, often it didn't. Hunting required strength you no longer had, weather that refused you, and a kind of optimism, because you have to walk into a storm believing there is something alive out there worth finding. When that belief failed, ethics became expensive. Generosity turned into risk. Compassion became triage. Friendship became a question. If I share, do I kill us both? After the rescue, even the evidence refused to sit still. Investigators faced a camp lived in by men half conscious with hunger, where memory itself had been damaged. Survivors contradicted each other on sequence and detail, and every interpretation carried consequences, reputations, careers, a nation's pride. Greely insisted his severity was necessity. Some defended him. Others hinted, softly, that fairness had cracked under pressure. In that way, the Arctic didn't end when they left it. It followed them south, into hearings and memoirs and sleepless nights, where the cold returned as recollection. When Greely returned, he brought back scientific records that mattered. The data contributed to a larger project of understanding the planet. And yet his name was never only attached to science. It was attached to that winter. Cape Sabine, the stones, the sail, the rifle shot swallowed by wind. Because the Arctic doesn't just test whether you can survive. It tests whether, when survival is all that remains, you can still recognize yourself. Out on that coast, snow still moves across stone until footprints vanish. The sea still locks and unlocks with the season, indifferent to memory. If you stood there today, you could imagine the camp as a low smudge against the white. You could imagine men listening for a ship that never comes. You could imagine the sound of a gunshot disappearing instantly into the Arctic air, leaving no echo, only a silence thick enough to hold a secret. And you could ask the question the ice never answers. When those 6 survivors waited through the final weeks, what exactly did they agree to in the dark? And what did they decide never to say once the world finally arrived? Story 6. The Soviet ghost convoy of the Northern Sea Route. Not all Arctic mysteries end on a beach with bones and canvas. Some begin on clean paper, typed manifests, stamped dispatches, radio schedules, where the world insists everything is accounted for. And then, quietly, the accounting stops making sense. Because the Arctic doesn't just starve men, it erases proof. It swallows metal without leaving wreckage that drifts to shore. It buries evidence beneath ice that can move like a slow animal, grinding, folding, sealing. And in the 20th century, when nations learned to fight wars and build empires behind locked doors, the polar ocean became something else too. A perfect accomplice. This is the story of the Soviet ghost convoy of the Northern Sea Route. A story told through gaps, ships listed as departing, cargoes assigned, crews named, and then no arrival that matches. A story where official logs disagree with each other, where voyages seem to evaporate between one page and the next, and where the most unsettling question isn't only what happened out there, but who benefited from uncertainty. To understand how a convoy can become a rumor, you have to understand the route itself. The Northern Sea Route is not one road, but a chain of seasonal possibilities stitched along the top of Eurasia. From the Kara Sea, past the Laptov, across the East Siberian Sea, toward the Bering Strait. On a globe, it looks like a shortcut. In practice, it is a chain of moving barriers. Pack ice that locks in a ship for months, shallow straits, hidden shoals, fog that turns navigation into guesswork, and storms that arrive across flat, featureless horizons. Even in the age of steel hulls and radio, the far north punished certainty. A ship could be near its destination and still be a world away, because the ice decided the pace. And every year, the ocean rewrote the map. In the 1930s, the Soviet state poured resources into mastering this corridor. The goal wasn't romance, it was logistics and sovereignty. If you could move supplies and people along your own Arctic coast, you could build ports and weather stations, support mining operations, and avoid vulnerable southern routes. You could also do something that mattered deeply in wartime: move things without being watched. World War II turned the Arctic into a theater of shadows. In the west, Allied convoys ran into Murmansk under attack. Along the Soviet coast, another current of traffic intensified, less photographed, often smaller, but constant. Fuel, machinery, winter clothing, timber, food. Sometimes prisoners and forced laborers. Sometimes scientists and engineers with instructions they couldn't discuss. Sometimes cargo whose paperwork was so vague it seemed designed to be meaningless. After the war, the Cold War gave the North a new purpose. Early warning stations, radio relays, drifting research bases, airfields carved into permafrost. Projects that demanded supply lines but hated publicity. The Arctic became a shield and a blind spot at the same time. A place to listen to the world while remaining unheard. In such a system, records mattered. The Soviet state loved documentation, manifests, seals, stamps, chains of command. But paper can also be camouflage. Wartime and early Cold War references, scattered, inconsistent, suggest that some shipments and vessels departed the Northern Sea Route and never reconciled with the destination logs. Not sank in a neat sentence, not captured in a heroic bulletin, just missing from the final tally. A vessel appears in a dispatch as part of a movement of goods, yet is absent from the port's receipt records. A crew is listed in personnel roles, yet never appears in later assignments, as if their file slid behind the cabinet and stayed there. You are there in the archive when the story first becomes physical. You sit under a flat, institutional light that makes the paper look older than it should. The air is dry, but the pages still feel faintly cold as you turn them, one careful sheet at a time, because brittle corners snap easily and nobody wants damage on their watch. On one page, a departure is listed cleanly: names, a date, a route implied by familiar place names along the coast. The ink is steady, the stamp firm, the kind of certainty that suggests a ship truly left. Then you slide your finger down to where the arrival should be. You expect a corresponding line, another stamp, a receiving signature. Instead, the column breaks into a silence made of empty space. The next entry begins as if nothing is missing. You flip forward, then back, as though the paper might correct itself. It doesn't. The gap just sits there, quiet, official, and strangely deliberate, like a doorway drawn on a wall. In any archive, the innocent explanations are always available. Paper burns, clerks make mistakes, files get miscategorized. In war, records are chaotic. In the polar regions, communications fail. A radio transmitter freezes, a mast breaks, an icebreaker turns back before it can escort anyone. The Arctic is hard and bureaucracy is messy. But the ghost convoy idea survives because some mismatches don't feel random. They feel curated. Start with identification. Ships could change names, owners, and assignments. Civilian vessels were requisitioned, repainted, renumbered. Some sailed under obscure designations. Some carried military cargo but flew civilian flags. Some were special purpose, and the less you said about them, the safer everyone was. A convoy could be real and still leave only a faint outline in open records. Then there's the Arctic's own talent for turning a ship into silence. In warmer seas, wreckage floats and oil slicks spread. In the polar ocean, a ship struck by ice pressure or grounded on an uncharted shoal might settle quietly. Ice can close over it like a lid. Winter sea ice becomes a moving floor that can trap a hull, crush it, then carry fragments beneath snow that looks like ordinary drift. By spring, meltwater hides what's left under a pale, deceptive surface. The Arctic doesn't announce a death the way temperate oceans do. It simply removes the object. Now add secrecy to that natural eraser. During War and Cold War, some losses were not simply tragedies, they were liabilities. If a ship went down carrying ordinary grain, you mourned and moved on. If it went down carrying equipment that hinted at a new weapons program or personnel tied to intelligence work, you didn't want anyone, enemy or ally, to learn the route, the purpose, or the destination. You also didn't want families asking questions in a system where questions were dangerous. So you learned to speak in code. You learned to let a ship vanish on paper as well as in water. What might that look like? A ship that did not arrive, but also never appears on public lists of losses, because to list it would be to admit what it carried. A cargo entry that shifts between drafts. Instruments becomes spare parts. Technical staff becomes specialists with no names. A destination written vaguely, to the east, to the polar station, to the river mouth, as if geography itself were classified. A radio schedule that assigns call signs, then falls quiet. The mystery thickens because it is rarely one dramatic disappearance. It is a fog bank of inconsistencies, small fractures that refuse to align. If you are looking for a single lost convoy, you may never find it. Instead, you find partial erasures spread across years. So what could have happened? There are grounded possibilities that don't require conspiracy, just the Arctic doing what it does. One is simple attrition. Ships were lost to ice and weather, and not every loss became a headline. A small freighter could be written off as an unfortunate cost, its wreck sealed beneath ice where no salvage team could reach. If several small vessels vanished in different places and seasons, later readers might compress them into one phantom convoy. Another is misreporting and renaming. If vessels were reassigned mid-route or changed identity for security reasons, a departure might not match an arrival because the arrival is filed under a different name or category. The ghost is a bookkeeping artifact, an illusion created by imperfect cross-referencing. But there are darker possibilities that cling to this story because they fit the logic of the era. One is deliberate obfuscation after catastrophe. Imagine a ship carrying sensitive equipment, radio gear, prototype components, sealed documents. If it sinks, you might not want foreign intelligence to know where it happened, because that reveals timing and operational scope. You bury the loss in ambiguity, record it in a restricted ledger, tell families only that a relative died in service, and allow public records to remain contradictory because contradiction is safer than clarity. Another possibility is that the convoy itself was a cover story. In intelligence work, a convoy can be a narrative that makes a one-off mission look routine. The delivery of a person, the movement of a prototype, the supply of a site that cannot officially exist. Wrapped in the language of ordinary shipping, it becomes invisible. If it fails, the story can be dissolved without leaving a single definable event behind. And then there is the Arctic's most unsettling collaboration with secrecy: removal. A ship stranded in ice is not always unreachable. If the state chooses, it can send an icebreaker, an aircraft, a team that arrives quietly and takes what matters. In a system where survival and obedience are tangled together, the priority might become the cargo, not the crew. A rescue can become an extraction. A tow can become a salvage. A ship can be left behind, crushed later by pressure ridges, after its contents have been stripped and its people reassigned, instructed never to speak. On paper, the vessel departed and never arrived. In reality, the mission may have ended in the only way its architects cared to count. This is where the mystery becomes less about ice and more about power. Because the Soviet Arctic was not just a place, it was an instrument. Even now, the Northern Sea route keeps its secrets with a particular kind of patience. Wrecks are hard to locate. The shelf is wide and shallow in many places, and ice scouring can smear the seabed like an eraser over chalk. Satellites can show openings and leads in the ice, but they cannot easily reveal what lies beneath. And the archives, where the clearest answers should live, still carry the architecture of a mission. Redactions, missing appendices, pages that end early, coordinates removed as if the map itself were dangerous. There are also the hazards that sit between nature and war, threats that rarely make it into tidy summaries. Mines drift. Old ones, newly laid ones, sometimes uncharted ones, released by storms or ice and carried into lanes that should have been safe. In the high latitudes, compasses can behave strangely, and radio navigation can be distorted by auroral activity. Even a small error can push a ship into shallows that no chart has corrected. The Arctic is full of almosts. Almost enough fuel, almost enough daylight, almost enough certainty in a position fix. A convoy could pass within sight of land and still be effectively alone, because the coast offers no harbour, only pressure ridges and freezing spray. And then there is the quiet possibility of interaction, unrecorded or recorded elsewhere. The Cold War turned the polar seas into a laboratory for submarines and listening devices. Under ice routes, acoustic experiments, test ranges masked as scientific work. If a surface ship blundered into something sensitive, a cable, a buoy line, a restricted zone, it might have been intercepted, redirected, or ordered into radio silence. Not an attack in the cinematic sense, but an administrative capture, a confrontation where the outcome is paperwork, not gunfire. A captain signs a statement, a crew is reassigned. The ship's name changes, and the public story becomes a blur, because a blur is safer than a scandal. In the end, what haunts researchers isn't only the thought of men trapped in ice. It's the sensation of two different machines working together with perfect compatibility: the polar ocean and the secret state. One crushes and conceals without intention. The other edits and withholds with intention. Between them, the line between accident and design becomes thin enough to disappear. If the Soviet ghost convoy has a final image, it is not a dramatic wreck. It is a ledger with a blank line where a ship should return. It is a call sign that never speaks again. It is a coastline with no debris, no smoke, no bodies. Only the patient shifting of snow that smooths every surface back to featureless white. Somewhere along that northern coast, the ice will form again tonight. It will knit itself into plates and ridges, whitening over every seam. And beneath it, whether there are wrecks or only rumors, the Arctic will do what it has always done: hold the shape of a question while keeping the answer out of reach. Story 7. Andre's balloon to the North Pole. The Arctic does not only erase ships, it erases plans, it erases footsteps. It erases the comforting idea that distance can be measured and controlled. And sometimes, when the ice and wind decide to cooperate, it erases a human story so thoroughly that all that remains is a rumor suspended in cold air. In the summer of 1897, 3 men stepped into a hydrogen balloon with the calm confidence of an age that believed every frontier was simply waiting for the right machine. Their destination was the North Pole. Their method was almost weightless, an elegant idea, floating above the hard realities that crushed so many polar expeditions. And then, they drifted away. For 33 years, the Arctic held their answer out of reach. No wreck, no bodies, no final signal. Only a promise that somewhere beyond the maps, the balloon had come down. Somewhere, 3 men had stopped moving. Somewhere, a camera had taken its last photograph. And the question that remained was not only how they died, it was what happened in those last days, when no one was watching. The late 19th century was a time when exploration still carried the perfume of theatre. Newspapers turned voyages into serial dramas. Sponsors wanted triumphs that could be framed and hung on walls. Nations wanted flags placed on blank spaces. And scientists, honest, disciplined, fascinated, wanted data that could only be gathered by risking flesh against weather. Sweden, like other countries of the era, felt the pull of the polar regions. The Arctic was both a laboratory and a stage. It promised new knowledge about magnetism, meteorology, ocean currents, ice behavior, but it also promised a kind of immortality. To reach the pole was to step into a myth and return with proof. Salomon August André was not a rugged, fur-clad figure of legend. He was an engineer, a man shaped by calculation, by diagrams and tolerances, by the belief that nature could be anticipated if you measured it carefully enough. He had worked with balloons before. He understood the romance of lighter-than-air flight, but he also understood its limits, or believed he did. His plan sounded like a shortcut through a nightmare. Instead of dragging sledges across crushing pressure ridges, instead of starving in storms, instead of marching day after day across a surface that shifted like a living thing, André would float. A hydrogen balloon, Örnen, the eagle, would lift from Svalbard and let the winds carry it toward the pole. André imagined steering it, not like a ship with a rudder, but like a slow-moving creature with drag ropes trailing beneath it, scraping the ice to reduce speed and, in theory, allowed directional control by altering friction. It was a clever concept on paper. It was also dependent on conditions the Arctic rarely grants: stable wind, predictable drift, manageable ice contact, and a balloon envelope that stayed tight and dry. There was also the matter of faith. Polar expeditions always require it. Faith that the ice will hold, that the weather will clear, that the body will obey when it is exhausted. But André's expedition demanded a more modern kind. Faith that a fragile skin of fabric could survive cold fog, freezing spray, and constant abrasion. Faith that hydrogen could be contained for days. Faith that the sky would not treat them like a toy. His companions were Niels Strindberg, a photographer with an artist's eye and a quiet seriousness, and Knut Frankel, an engineer like André, practical and steady. 3 men, bound together not only by ambition, but by an agreement to become symbols. They left from Virgo-Hamna on Danskoya, part of the Svalbard archipelago. Even there, at the threshold, the Arctic reminded them it did not care about schedules. Their first attempt was delayed by wind. Supplies were adjusted. The balloon waited like a patient animal, tethered and swelling with gas, while the men paced between anxiety and excitement. On July 11th, 1897, they finally launched. It is difficult to picture what that moment felt like without hearing the silence around it. Not a silence of peace, but a silence of distance, of being beyond help the instant the ropes were cut. Below them, the small island shrank into white and stone. Ahead of them, nothing but ice, cloud, and the thin blue curve of possibility. For a brief time, it worked. They sent messages by carrier pigeon, small paper reports that fluttered back to civilization, like proof that the expedition still existed. The first dispatches were optimistic. They described progress. They described wind conditions. They described morale. And then, almost immediately, the balloon began to fail in the way the Arctic often destroys human plans. Not with a single catastrophic blow, but with a slow accumulation of small betrayals. Hydrogen leaked. Frost and moisture added weight. The drag ropes, meant to provide control, snapped or were lost. Each loss meant less ability to manage drift, less friction, more helplessness. The balloon's altitude changed unpredictably. Sometimes it skimmed low, dangerously close to the ice. Sometimes it rose, drifting faster, becoming a passenger of upper winds. In the romantic versions of the story, the balloon is a smooth arc toward destiny. In the reality suggested by the surviving notes, it was an increasingly heavy, unpredictable thing. Wet fabric sagging, lines strained, men adjusting ballast, cutting weight, trying to bargain with physics. After only about 65 hours in the air, the journey ended. On July 14th, they came down on the pack ice. Imagine the moment. The balloon sagging, the basket jolting, the ropes scraping and catching. A sudden stop in a world where stopping can be fatal, because it means you are now fixed on a surface that moves and breaks. Above them, the balloon's envelope, so carefully designed, so expensive, so proudly named, became useless fabric in a wind that could tear it apart. Now they had to become the kind of expedition André had tried to avoid. They were stranded on drifting ice, hundreds of kilometers from land, in a landscape that was not simply empty, but unstable. Pack ice is not a flaw. It is a slow collision of plates, a pressure field that groans and fractures, a surface that can split underfoot without warning. To walk across it is to walk on an argument between ocean and temperature. And yet they walked. They dragged sledges loaded with supplies, food, guns, scientific instruments, the camera equipment, diaries, and the heavy logic of their mission. They tried to head toward known land, toward safety. But the ice did not sit still beneath them. Currents and wind moved it while they moved on top of it, meaning that every day's effort could be quietly undone overnight. Their diaries, found decades later, describe the grind, the labor of pulling, the frustration of ridges, the exhaustion of constant decision-making. They describe moments of routine, camp pitched, meals prepared, observations taken, as if routine itself could hold back panic. And then, as the days passed, the Arctic did what it so often does to isolated human beings. It narrowed their world. It became smaller and smaller, until it was nothing but the immediate needs of the next hour. Warmth, food, dryness, direction. The strange power of the Andrée expedition is that it did not truly vanish. It left a trail of evidence, pigeons, notes, later the diaries and photographs. Yet the evidence feels like it points in multiple directions at once. It is both intimate and incomplete. It is a story we can almost hold in our hands, and still not fully read. For 33 years, however, no one had those hands on it. The world moved on. Expeditions came and went. New technology appeared. Andrée became a legend that ended in mystery. The balloon was imagined drifting into a white horizon forever. Some believed the men had reached land and died quietly. Some imagined dramatic disasters, ice swallowing them, storms tearing them apart, polar bears finishing what the cold began. The Arctic encouraged every theory because it offered so little contradiction. Then, in 1930, the ice shifted. A Norwegian expedition landed on Kvitøya, White Island, a remote, rarely visited place east of Svalbard. Kvitøya is not a welcoming land. It is largely covered in ice, its coastline harsh, its weather often sealed in fog. It is the kind of place that feels less like a destination and more like a margin. There, among stones and snow, they found traces: a camp, a boat, equipment, a skeleton, and then more. The remains of André, Strindberg, and Frenkel, along with diaries, personal items, and perhaps most hauntingly, Strindberg's photographic plates. Images that had been exposed in 1897 and held in darkness and cold for over 3 decades. It was as if the Arctic had kept their archive intact, only to release it when it chose. The recovery of those materials should have solved the mystery. Instead, it deepened it, because the evidence did not behave like a clean conclusion. The diaries gave dates and movements, but not certainty. The photographs gave moments, but not the final moment. The campsite locations told a story of drifting and struggle, but not the exact mechanism of death. And when investigators tried to reconstruct the final days, they discovered that the last chapter was written in a handwriting that felt steady, yet ended abruptly, leaving a silence where explanation should be. One of the most unsettling aspects of the André mystery is how close to normal some of the recovered scenes appear. In Strindberg's photographs, we see men standing on ice beside their equipment, posed like any expedition team. We see the balloon's remnants. We see faces that are serious, but not theatrical. The images do not scream disaster. They whisper endurance. And yet, all 3 died. So what happened on Kvitøya? Mainstream theories circle around a few likely culprits, each plausible, each incomplete. Hypothermia is the most obvious. The Arctic kills with patience. Even a well-equipped expedition can be undone by damp clothing, wind, and a single night where the sleeping bag loses its insulation. Their diaries mention wet conditions. The balloon itself, before landing, likely coated them and their gear in moisture. Once wet, staying dry on pack ice is a daily battle you can lose without realizing it. Starvation is another possibility. Their supplies were limited. They hunted, but hunting in the Arctic is uncertain, and it requires energy they were rapidly losing. A body under constant exertion in cold consumes calories like a fire consumes wood. Food that seems abundant in a ledger becomes inadequate in a storm. There is also illness. Trichinosis, contracted from eating undercooked polar bear meat, has been suggested. The expedition did hunt bears. Trichinosis can cause weakness, fever, and muscle pain, a slow sabotage that makes every step heavier. In a warm place with medical care, it is serious. On Kvitoya, it could be fatal. Carbon monoxide poisoning has been proposed as well, linked to stoves used inside a tent or confined space. In extreme cold, it's tempting to cook inside shelter. Without ventilation, invisible gas can numb thought, invite sleep, and stop breathing without drama. Then there are the accidents: a fall through thin ice, an injury that becomes infected, a storm that collapses a tent, a bear encounter that ends badly. The Arctic does not require a grand explanation. It only requires one small failure at the wrong time. And yet, there are details that keep the final days uneasy. The arrangement of the camp, the fact that Strindberg's body was found separately, suggesting he may have died apart from the others or been moved. The presence of gear that implies they were not in immediate chaos. The sense that they reached Kvitoya, solid ground, relative stability, only to die anyway, as if land itself was not salvation, but merely a different kind of trap. Kvitoya is especially cruel because it offers the illusion of arrival. After weeks on drifting ice, land should feel like progress. But White Island is a freezer of fog and silence, a place where you can be standing on firm ground while the weather seals you in like a lid. Some fringe interpretations lean into that psychological cruelty. They ask whether the real collapse was not physical first, but mental. Whether the men, already exhausted, already humbled by the failure of their balloon, reached Kvitoya in a state where decision-making had become fragile. When the mind is cold, it narrows, it simplifies. It makes fatal choices feel reasonable. A man decides to sleep just for a moment without properly insulating himself. A man decides to eat meat without cooking it thoroughly because the stove fuel is low. A man decides to venture away from camp in fog, convinced he sees something, perhaps driftwood, perhaps open water, perhaps a path, and never finds his way back. In that sense, the Arctic becomes not only a killer, but a quiet manipulator, pushing tired minds toward the edge of error. And then there is the strangest element of all, the photographs. Because photographs are promises. They are proof that a moment existed exactly as it appeared. And in the André archive, they do something eerie. They preserve composure. Even when the expedition is clearly failing, the images retain the calm language of documentation. The men stand. They look toward the camera. They perform stability for the future viewer, as if the act of being photographed is a way of insisting, we are still here, we are still ourselves. But a camera cannot photograph what happens after the shutter clicks. The final diary entries are not a cinematic farewell. They do not give us a single clean villain. They do not end with a dramatic confession. They taper off like a signal that weakens, then disappears. And that is why the story still grips us. Because for all the rational explanations, cold, hunger, illness, gas, accident, there remains a thin, sharp question lodged between the facts. Why do the last days feel so incomplete? It is possible that the ending was simply too ordinary to leave a dramatic trace, that the men grew weaker, made smaller camps, reduced their movements, and finally stopped. that the Arctic did what it always does, lowered the temperature, raised the wind, and waited. But the recovered camp suggests something more complicated than a simple freeze in place. There are hints of movement, of rearrangement, of a final attempt to organize. There is the separation of bodies. There is the quiet stubbornness of keeping diaries at all when survival was failing. And there is this. The balloon expedition was designed to rise above the Arctic's ability to erase. It was designed to float over the uncertainty, to turn the polar world into a landscape of air currents and navigation. It was supposed to be visible, trackable, a modern triumph. Instead, it became a disappearing act so complete that it took 33 years and a shifting coastline of ice to reveal the stage. In the end, we are left with 3 men on a white island, surrounded by fog, writing notes for a future audience they could not imagine. They were close enough to be found, but only after decades had passed. Close enough that their photographs could survive, but far enough that no rescue could ever reach them in time. And perhaps the most haunting part is that the Arctic did not hide their story forever. It simply held it, like that blank line in the convoy ledger, until the world had changed enough to receive it. Somewhere in those last days on Kvitoya, there was a final ordinary action. A boot adjusted, a stove lit, a camera packed away, a page turned in a notebook. A small movement in a freezing wind, unnoticed by anyone else on Earth. And then the Arctic did what it always does. It formed again tonight. It stitched fog into the sky. It smoothed the snow over every seam. It took a living moment and sealed it into silence, leaving us with photographs that end too soon, diaries that stop mid-thought, and the lingering sense that the last answer isn't missing because it was dramatic. It's missing because it was quiet. And in the polar quiet, where even history can freeze, silence itself can feel like a presence. Story 8. The abandoned ship Arctic sightings. After Andre's balloon vanished into the white, the Arctic offered a second lesson. A ship can return without its people. A balloon can disappear in a storm and leave almost nothing behind. But a vessel is a small world. It carries evidence, charts, tools, bunks, cookware, logbooks, routines. It is supposed to leave a trail. And yet, across decades of polar travel, there are sightings, sometimes documented, sometimes whispered, of ships found trapped in ice or drifting off course, empty. The deck intact. The cabin arranged like someone might come back any moment. The air inside preserved by cold, as if time itself has been slowed to a crawl. The questions are never just, where did they go? There, why leave it all? Because in the Arctic, a ship is warmth. It is shelter. It is the only stable point in an environment that keeps moving beneath you. Sea ice is not land. It is a restless sheet, fractured into plates that press together with the force of continents. Leads open like sudden black wounds, then seal overnight. Pressure rises without warning. A hull begins to groan. Timbers flex. Seams complain. And every sailor who has wintered in the ice learns to recognize a sound that turns the blood cold. Not a wave, not a wind gust, but the slow, grinding decision of ice trying to close. If you want to understand abandoned ship mysteries, you have to picture the Arctic as the crews did, a moving machine. Darkness for months, temperatures that steal fine motor skills and clear thinking, hunger, monotony, the quiet arithmetic of scurvy and exhaustion, and the psychological effect of a horizon with no landmarks, white on white, where even direction can feel negotiable. In that world, leaving your ship is not a cinematic leap into lifeboats. It is usually a measured retreat, sleds loaded, camps established, a plan written in pencil on damp paper. The crew doesn't run. They decide, carefully, where the line is between safety and death. And sometimes that decision is wrong. One of the most famous Arctic ghost ship tales is told like a legend, the Octavius. In the story, sailors board a drifting vessel and find the crew frozen in place, the captain at his desk, the logbook hinting at an impossible route through the Northwest Passage. It is a perfect image, too perfect. Most historians treat it as folklore, a story the polar world created because the real Arctic already feels unreal. But folklore matters because it mirrors the fear beneath the facts, the idea that cold can preserve a moment so completely that you step into it later, like an unopened room. And there are real ships, documented ones, whose stories echo the same pattern: departure, trouble, silence, and then a return that feels like an accusation. One of them became famous not for vanishing once, but for refusing to stay vanished. The ship was called the Baichimo. In 1931, the Baichimo, an Arctic trading ship moving supplies along the north coast of Alaska, became trapped in ice. This wasn't unusual in itself. What followed was, as the season turned against them, the crew made the practical choice. They left the ship, set up camps on the ice, and began moving towards safer ground, expecting to return when conditions allowed. Then a storm rose. Wind and snow erased distance. When the weather cleared, the Baichimo was gone. Not sunk, not smashed. Gone. Later, she was seen again, drifting without crew, carried by currents like a sleepwalker. And then, over the years, she was reported again and again. A dark hull in fog, a name recognized on a stern, a ship that should have been finished wandering the Arctic as if it had forgotten to die. Baichimo's repeated sightings can be explained in grounded ways. Cold slows decay. Ice can protect a hull from wave action. A vessel can remain afloat far longer than common sense suggests, and lost in the Arctic often means only not where humans can safely reach. But the unsettling part isn't that she drifted. It's the decision point that created the ghost. When do you leave your ship in the Arctic? You leave when the ice threatens to crush it. You leave when fire makes the cabin unlivable. You leave when you believe the vessel has become more dangerous than the world outside it. That belief can be wrong in a terrifyingly ordinary way. A ship can list and make water in its holds, and even a seasoned crew can misread the situation. In polar conditions, darkness and stress compress time. You cannot see the full shape of danger, only its symptoms. A leak feels like a sinking. A groan feels like a break. And if the ice begins to press, you may have minutes before the hull splinters. So you move, fast, organized, determined, and you tell yourself you'll return for what you left behind. But the Arctic rearranges plans like a hand sweeping a chessboard. A lead opens between ship and camp. A ridge rises where there was flat ice. Wind makes a familiar distance feel endless. Tracks vanish. The world becomes blank again. Even without storms, there are quiet killers that turn a rational evacuation into a disappearance. Carbon monoxide is one of them. In the Arctic, crews seal every crack to keep heat in. A stove with poor ventilation, a blocked flue, a smouldering fire in an enclosed cabin. These can fill a ship with an invisible gas that makes men sleepy, then confused, then incapable of judgment. The tragedy is that it doesn't feel like panic. It feels like giving in. If a crew became impaired, the choice to step out onto the ice for fresh air could begin as sensible and end as fatal wandering. Scurvy is another, a disease of absence. It arrives as weakness, irritability, wounds that won't heal. It erodes coordination and morale. Men who could haul sleds last week suddenly cannot. Choices become shorter, more desperate, and journals, when they exist, often stop not with drama, but with the quiet failure of the body to keep up with the mind's intention. Then there are the polar illusions. In cold air over ice, mirages can loom and warp distance. Dark leads can look like open water, islands can appear closer than they are, and a false horizon can lure men into walking the wrong way. Add magnetic oddities near the pole, compass errors during solar storms, and the Arctic becomes a place where instruments and sensors can disagree, and the disagreement can cost lives. Sound, too, is a deceptive guide out here. Ice booms like artillery. It squeals like metal under strain. It cracks with reports that feel close even when they're miles away. In fog and darkness, a crew can wake convinced the ship has been struck, that the pack is breaking, that something is moving along the hull. They go on deck and find only wind. But the fear remains, and fear edits decisions. This is why investigators who study abandoned ship cases often focus on what's missing. If boats and navigation tools are gone, the crew likely intended to travel, to reach land, to reach another vessel, to navigate toward rescue. If those tools are left behind, it suggests panic, confusion, or the belief that shore is close enough to walk without them. In the Arctic, that belief has ended countless stories, and it's the last mile that keeps these mysteries alive. On maps, the routes look possible. A straight line from ship to coast, a reasonable distance, enough rations for a week, a plan that would have worked in any other world. But the Arctic is not a static world. Ice drifts while you sleep. Wind shifts the whole landscape. A lead opens like a mouth. A blizzard erases the only landmark you are using. A weak man slows the group. A dog team breaks through. And suddenly, the line on the map stops being a line. It becomes a story you tell yourself to keep walking. Some of these abandoned ships almost certainly belong to tragedies we can explain. The crew left. They tried to survive on the ice, and the environment erased them before anyone could witness the end. The mystery is not that something impossible happened. The mystery is that the proof is gone, and yet certain details still resist comfort. Why leave food behind? Why abandon a hull that still offers shelter? Why travel in a direction that seems to lead away from the nearest refuge? The answers can be practical. Ice pressure that turns the ship into a trap, a fire that forces men into lethal cold, a bear that raids caches and pushes a crew into motion. But they rarely explain everything. So the Arctic grows extra stories around the missing parts. Some fringe theories lean on magnetism and misnavigation, on auroral activity disrupting early radio and bearings, turning the high latitudes into a place where guidance fails. Others speak of trapdoor leads that close behind a marching party, swallowing the evidence. And always, in the background, there are the older human ideas. Strange lights on the ice, signals in the fog, a sense of being watched by something that doesn't leave footprints. These ideas aren't proof. They're what happens when the environment deletes the final page. Because cold preserves the ship, even as it destroys the trail. The Arctic can return the container while keeping the contents. It can drift a hull into someone else's path and offer the illusion of an explanation. Missing boats, missing tools, a cabin left in disarray, without ever revealing the moment the decision became silence. There is a 19th century case that shows how thin the line is between explained and unsettling, even when we know the names, the dates, the orders written in ink. HMS Resolute was one of the ships sent into the Canadian Arctic in the long, desperate search for Sir John Franklin's lost expedition. In 1852, Resolute entered the ice-choked channels of the Arctic archipelago, those narrow corridors where summer lasts a few weeks and winter lasts long enough to rewrite the mind. By 1854, the ship was trapped and the crew was in trouble. The Admiralty's instructions for polar survival were clear. If the ship became untenable, you abandoned her, carefully, took what you could, left messages, and tried to reach safety. So that is what the men did. They left Resolute in the pack and set out, believing they were making the only rational choice available. And then the Arctic performed its quiet trick. You are there when the fog thins just enough to let the sea show its shape again. The deck beneath your boots is slick with cold spray, and every sound, rope, breath, the creak of timber, feels too loud against the silence. Ahead, something darker than the horizon holds steady while everything else shifts. At first, it's only a line, then it becomes a hull. No smoke, no motion, no human signal, only the hard geometry of a ship where a ship should not be. You draw closer and the details resolve. Rails rimed with ice, rigging hanging slack, the empty patience of windows that don't blink. You call out, and your voice disappears into air that refuses to carry it. When the boarding line bites and you step across, it feels like crossing into a room left unfinished. The ship rocks, alive, but not living. Everywhere are the shapes of work, places where hands should be, yet nothing answers back. You don't find the moment they left. You only find the fact that they did. A year later, an American whaler found the Resolute adrift, hundreds of miles from where she had been left, still afloat, still recognizable, as if the ice had simply let go and sent her wandering. The crew was gone, of course. They had left by design, and many survived to tell parts of the story. Yet the sight of the ship itself, moving without hands, traveling through waters that had been deadly to Franklin, felt like the Arctic showing its power to rearrange narratives. A ship can be abandoned for sensible reasons, and then behave in a way that makes the decision look haunted. This is why ghost ship doesn't always mean mystery without explanation. Sometimes it means the explanation exists, but the emotional logic doesn't satisfy. The human story says, "We left to live." The Arctic's story says, "The ship kept going without you, and it did not need you to do it." And when you place Resolute beside Chimo, a pattern begins to emerge, not of the supernatural, but of the polar environment itself as an author. Out here, the ice can detach you from your own evidence. It can separate people from the shelter they built. It can keep a hull intact long enough to confront someone else with the scene. An empty world that still looks habitable. So every time a modern crew reports an uncrewed vessel frozen into new ice, or a derelict hull drifting where no ship should drift, the old questions return with it. Not just, what happened? But how many endings are hidden between the ship and the shore? Because the Arctic doesn't always destroy. Sometimes it preserves just enough to make the absence feel deliberate. And perhaps that is the most unsettling thought to carry forward. That somewhere beyond the last reliable chart, a pressure ridge is forming and breaking, like slow breathing. currents are still turning. Fog is still stitching itself across the sea. And if another empty hull is locked into that rhythm, waiting for the right thaw, the right storm, the right witness, then the Arctic may still be doing what it has always done best, returning the evidence and withholding the instant it became quiet. Story 9. The 1958 USS Nautilus under ice transit. The Arctic does not only erase people and ships, sometimes it does something even more unsettling. Sometimes it allows you to pass and still refuses to let you know with certainty where you were. Because out beyond the last reliable chart, where pressure ridges form and break like slow breathing, there is a second kind of ghost story, one built not from abandoned hulls, but from instruments, from dials that promise truth, from needles that drift, from numbers that feel precise, right up until the moment you remember there is no shoreline to correct you. And in the summer of 1958, at the height of the Cold War, a US Navy submarine slipped under the Arctic ice cap and attempted something that, on paper, sounded almost simple: drive to the North Pole. The ship was the USS Nautilus, the world's first nuclear-powered submarine, an engineering statement as much as a weapon. On the surface, the achievement has become a clean, heroic line in history. The first submarine to transit beneath the North Pole, proving that a nation could move unseen beneath what had once been a natural wall. But under that clean line is a quieter, stranger question. How do you navigate in a place without landmarks, without stars, without horizons, without the dependable reference of a coastline? When your instruments can drift, the very magnetic field behaves differently near the pole, and the most important details of your route may be classified. How do you claim certainty beneath ice, when the only thing you can see is a cone of sonar and the shadow of your own assumptions? The Arctic Ocean is not just cold water with ice on top. Beneath the cap, it is a world of darkness and geometry. The ice overhead is not a smooth ceiling. It is a living roof, rafted, ridged, thick in places, thin in others. Pressure ridges can plunge downward like underwater mountain ranges made of frozen slabs. Leads can open like wounds and close again. A submarine beneath that roof is not merely sailing. It is threading a needle through a moving labyrinth. And yet, in 1958, the US Navy wanted Nautilus to do exactly that. The mission had a name that sounded like a challenge delivered in a calm voice: Operation Sunshine. The plan had been considered before, attempted in part, turned back by the ice, then revised with the kind of careful stubbornness that only institutions and oceans can sustain. If the submarine could pass under the ice and reach the pole, it would prove something strategic. That nuclear submarines could use the Arctic as a hidden highway between oceans, bypassing choke points, appearing where no one expected. But the Arctic is not impressed by strategy. It only cares about physics. To understand why this mission still carries a residue of mystery, you have to imagine the inside of a 1950s submarine. The low ceilings, the constant hum, the smell of metal and oil and recycled air. Imagine men staring at instruments in a world where the window is useless. Imagine navigation not as a glance at a compass and a coastline, but as a continuous argument between machines, each one making claims about where you are, each one carrying its own quiet flaws. On a normal ocean crossing, errors can be corrected. You can take celestial fixes, You can compare landmarks. You can verify with radio navigation aids. But under Arctic ice, in 1958, those comforts were stripped away one by one. A magnetic compass becomes unreliable as you near the pole. Magnetic lines dip steeply into the Earth, and the horizontal component that compasses rely on weakens. Gyrocompasses, devices that keep orientation by spinning masses and Earth's rotation, can also become problematic at extreme latitudes, where the geometry of Earth's rotation confuses what north should mean. Even time becomes a strange companion, because the closer you move toward the pole, the more direction loses its meaning in the ordinary sense. So what did they rely on? Inertial navigation, especially early forms, was both a marvel and a gamble. An inertial system tries to compute position by measuring acceleration and integrating it over time. But any tiny bias, any slight sensor error accumulates. It is the purest kind of faith in math. You are here because your equations say you are here. And the longer you go without an external correction, the more the system becomes a story you are telling yourself. Now layer that onto a submarine under ice. No surfacing for a fix, no quick peek at the stars, no GPS, decades away. If your inertial system drifts by even a small amount, you are not just a little off course. You are off course in a white desert where off course might mean a ridged ceiling too thick to punch through, or a shallow seamount that rises unexpectedly from the dark. And the Arctic has those too. Underwater mountains and plateaus that were poorly mapped in the 1950s. Features that would later be charted in more detail, but at the time were still like rumors under the keel. The Nautilus carried sophisticated equipment for its era, but sophistication is not the same as certainty. The submarine had sonar to read the world ahead and above. Not just to find other vessels, but to measure ice thickness, to detect the shape of the ceiling, to listen for openings and hazards. It had depth gauges, temperature readings, and the steady heartbeat of a nuclear plant that made long under-ice travel possible in the first place. Yet none of these instruments could show a coastline or a mountain peak. They could only show the world in slices and echoes can lie. Sonar depends on sound traveling through water, reflecting from surfaces and returning. But the Arctic is a complicated acoustic environment. Layers of temperature and salinity can bend sound, creating shadow zones and false distances. Ice itself is irregular, scattering sound in ways that can make a ceiling look smoother than it is, or more jagged than it truly is. In the moment, the sonar operator reads a black and green abstraction and tries to translate it into real space. A ridge becomes a curve. A gap becomes a possible path. A faint return becomes a question mark that must be answered with decisions made in metal corridors. And then it happens. The strongest kind of discovery available in a place you cannot see. The moment the instruments insist you've reached the coordinate everyone has named, argued over, and turned into an idea. You sit in the dim, recycled air, shoulder to shoulder, with men who have learned to trust machines more than horizons. The hum of the ship is constant, not dramatic, just alive, like a held breath. The navigator's world is numbers, steady hands, pencil marks, quiet cross-checks that feel almost like ritual. You watch the readouts with a focus that borders on superstition, because there is nothing outside to confirm anything. The ceiling above you is ice you cannot touch, a moving roof you can only imagine by the way the sonar paints it in ghostly arcs. When the coordinate slides into place, there is no external sign, no pole, no marker, no change in the darkness, only the subtle shift in everyone's posture. a shared awareness that history has supposedly occurred in silence. You want to look up, as if the ice could tell you you're truly there. But you can't. All you have is the claim, the math, and the echo. The mission's public narrative often describes the transit as a triumph of navigation and engineering, and it was. But the deeper story, the one that lingers like a low-frequency hum, is about how fragile that triumph might have been, and how much of the record remained incomplete or filtered through the needs of secrecy. Because what does the public really know about the exact route? How much data was released and how much remained classified? In an era when the Arctic was a strategic chessboard, details mattered. Routes mattered. Under-ice capabilities mattered. If a submarine could cross from the Pacific to the Atlantic beneath the cap, then the ice was no longer a barrier. It was cover. So the story we inherit is partial by design. We know the broad outline. Nautilus attempted an under-ice run earlier and turned back due to ice conditions, then later succeeded, passing under the North Pole on August 3, 1958. We know that the feat was announced with ceremony and pride. We know that it became a symbol of technological confidence. But symbols have a habit of smoothing over the anxious parts. Under the ice, the anxiety would have been practical. The submarine had to maintain depth carefully while reading the ice overhead. It had to avoid collision with the ice canopy, avoid getting trapped in a place where surfacing was impossible. It had to manage navigation with systems that could not easily be corrected. Even small uncertainties might have felt enormous, because there is something psychologically heavy about traveling in a world with no horizon, where you cannot look out and confirm you are moving at all. There is also the human element, the quiet reality that sailors, no matter how trained, still depend on trust. Not the romantic trust of stories, but the everyday trust that the numbers are honest, that the gyro is still aligned, that the inertial platform is still stable, that the printed chart corresponds, at least vaguely, to the shape of the world below. And in the Arctic, even the charts were aspirational. In the 1950s, much of the Central Arctic Ocean was still not mapped with the kind of detail we now take for granted. Depth soundings existed, and expeditions had gathered data, but the Arctic remained a place where blank spaces were normal. And blank spaces do something to the mind. They encourage certainty to become a performance. If you cannot verify, you must commit. That's where the mystery deepens. Not in conspiracy, but in epistemology, in the uncomfortable question of how we know what we claim to know. When Nautilus announced it had reached the North Pole, what did reached mean? In the simplest sense, it means the submarine passed beneath the geographic point where all longitudes converge. But you cannot see that point. There is no pole marker under the ice. There is only a coordinate, an agreement. And to pass through that coordinate, you must trust your instruments and calculations. If your instruments drift, and you cannot correct them with external references, then the pole becomes a circle of probability, not a pinpoint. And in 1958, with classified systems and military necessity, the margin for public doubt was not something the Navy would highlight. So a strange tension forms around the story. The mission is both a true technological feat and a narrative that invites questions precisely because it involves a place where verification is inherently difficult. There are practical ways the Navy could have increased confidence. They could have used multiple independent systems: gyro navigation, inertial navigation, dead reckoning corrected by sonar-mapped features, careful timing, and later comparison with known bathymetry. They could have cross-checked with the movement of the Earth beneath them, with the behavior of gyros, with oceanographic readings. They could have listened for subtle changes in the environment that matched expectations at certain latitudes. But those methods still live inside the same closed loop. Instruments validating instruments. And that loop is where the Arctic becomes uncanny. Because when you remove visual confirmation, when you remove landmarks, the world becomes a mathematical room. You move through it by belief and measurement. It works, often brilliantly. Yet the very fact that it works can become eerie, because it relies on humans building a model of the world and then moving through the model as if it were the world itself. During the Cold War, that kind of model-based certainty was everywhere. Radar plots, sonar contacts, seismic readings, code books. The war was fought in abstractions as much as in steel. Under the ice, Nautilus was doing the same thing, turning a featureless environment into something legible through instruments, then trusting that legibility with their lives. And then there is the iceberg beneath the iceberg: secrecy. Details of submarine navigation systems, under-ice tactics, and exact routes were not just withheld casually. They were protected. Even decades later, some specifics remain hard to pin down in public accounts. Logs can be edited. Reports can be summarized. The story can be told in a way that emphasizes achievement and downplays uncertainty. That doesn't mean the achievement is false. It means that the exact texture of the experience, the small errors, the corrections, the moments of doubt can be lost. And in that loss, mystery grows. Consider what it would mean to be wrong beneath the ice. If you misjudge your position by tens of miles, you do not simply arrive late. You might approach an area where the ice thickness is beyond your surfacing capability. You might run into pressure ridges that force you deeper. You might find the seabed rising in a place you did not expect. You might have to turn back, not because your ship cannot go forward, but because the environment does not care about your mission. And if you do turn back, the public may never know exactly why. Nautilus did face severe ice conditions on an earlier attempt. The Arctic ceiling can become a solid barrier. There is a cold realism to that. Nuclear power may let you stay submerged indefinitely, but it cannot melt a path through miles of ancient ice. You still have to find the right geometry of openings and thinner sections, a kind of underwater navigation that feels almost like spelunking. So when Nautilus finally succeeded, it did so through a combination of planning, improved understanding of the ice, and the quiet daring of choosing to keep going when the world above could not be seen. And yet, what lingers is the question of how close to the edge they traveled. Because the Arctic under-ice route is a place where the boundary between known and assumed is thinner than the ice itself. There are fringe ideas, of course, the kind that gather around any secretive military mission. Some claim there were anomalies the crew recorded and never spoke of. Strange sonar returns, unexplainable noises, something moving in ways that didn't match ice or rock. Others suggest the route was different than the public implies, or that the exact moment of passing beneath the pole is more symbolic than precise. Most of these ideas have no solid evidence, and the Arctic itself is generous with illusions. Underwater acoustics can create phantom contacts. Ice cracking can sound like distant machinery. Deep currents can twist sound in ways that make it seem deliberate. In a confined metal hull, the mind will find patterns in noise. But even without the fringe, the core mystery remains strong enough. The gap between what was done and what can be independently verified. Navigation is, at its heart, a relationship between the traveler and the world. In the age of sail, that relationship was intimate: wind, stars, landmarks, and judgment. Under Arctic ice, That intimacy becomes mediated by devices, by abstract representations. You move through a world you cannot see, guided by spinning gyros and integrating accelerometers, by echoes off an unseen ceiling. It is still navigation, but it is navigation at one remove from reality, as if you are traveling through the shadow the world casts on your instruments. And the Arctic amplifies that feeling because it is so indifferent. It does not offer you reassuring reference points. It does not give you a skyline. It gives you an endless lid, a soft darkness, and the knowledge that if your certainty fails, the margin for correction may not exist. In the years that followed, under-ice navigation would improve. Systems would become more precise. Satellites would transform how we know where we are. Submarines would transit beneath the cap with more confidence and more routine. But even now, especially now, there is something haunting about the first time it was done. Not because it was impossible, but because it required a kind of faith we rarely admit. Faith that your instruments can substitute for a world you cannot see. The Nautilus passed under the pole, and the world above remained silent. No flag was planted, no horizon was observed. There was only a coordinate sliding beneath the keel, and men in a steel tube trusting that the numbers were true. And when they emerged into history, the story was told as a triumph. Yet beneath the triumph is the quieter Arctic question. If there are no landmarks, no stars, no surface, and the record is partial by design, how close can certainty come to something that can't be looked at? And in that darkness under the ice, where every direction is simply a choice and every coordinate is a claim, how many miles of doubt can hide inside a single, confident sentence? We were there. Story 10. The third man phenomenon in polar survival. If there are no landmarks, no stars, no surface, and the record is partial by design, how close can certainty come to something that can't be looked at? And in that darkness under the ice, where every direction is simply a choice and every coordinate is a claim, how many miles of doubt can hide inside a single, confident sentence? We were there. Because that's the strange thing about polar exploration. Even when the story is told with numbers, bearings, depths, dates, fuel consumption, there is always a second story moving underneath it. Not just the secret story of governments and classified routes, but the private story that happens inside a person when the world becomes too blank to hold on to. When the horizon becomes a white wall. When day and night blur into a single continuous dimness. When the body is cold for so long that cold stops being a sensation and becomes a new definition of normal. When the mind has no scenery to rest against and it begins to manufacture its own. And sometimes, in the most extreme accounts, when deprivation becomes so total that identity itself starts to thin. People describe something that doesn't fit neatly into a logbook. An extra presence, not a voice in the ordinary sense, not a hallucination that behaves like a dream, but a companion that feels external, a silent figure that walks beside them, guiding pace and judgment, as if the expedition has gained one more member without anyone speaking his name. They call it the third man phenomenon. It appears in different eras, different nations, different landscapes of ice and rock, yet the reports echo one another with an unsettling consistency. Not just, "I thought I heard someone," not, "I imagined footsteps," But we were three. He was with us. It helped us. In the polar regions, where the environment strips everything down to essentials, this phenomenon has been reported with an intimacy that makes it hard to dismiss as folklore. And the people who report it are not typically the kind to reach for ghost stories. They are surveyors, doctors, sailors, scientists, mountaineers. People trained to respect reality because reality out there is lethal. To understand why this happens, you have to understand what polar deprivation really is. It isn't only hunger. It isn't only cold. It isn't only exhaustion. It's the way those three things combine to starve the brain itself. In deep cold, the body spends enormous energy simply staying alive. Calories vanish quickly, and with them goes the luxury of clear thinking. Sleep becomes fragmented, sometimes impossible. The heart works harder, the blood thickens, hands lose function. Skin becomes a problem to solve. Keep it covered, keep it dry, keep it from turning into a wound that will never heal. And then there's isolation. Not the romantic isolation of being away from civilization, but an isolation so complete that the social world begins to feel like it belonged to another species. Days pass without hearing anything but wind, the low creak of ice, and your own breath rasping inside fabric. Add to that whiteout, one of the most psychologically punishing conditions humans regularly endure. A whiteout is not just bad visibility. It's a loss of depth perception, a collapse of boundaries. Snow and sky become the same surface. The horizon dissolves. Shadows vanish. You can't tell if the ground slopes or drops. You can't tell if you're moving forward or turning in place. In that kind of sensory vacuum, the mind starts doing what it evolved to do: create meaning from fragments. It searches for patterns because pattern recognition is survival. It searches for faces because faces are safety. It searches for an other because humans are built to calibrate themselves through companionship, through the subtle feedback of another presence nearby. But in polar survival stories, the other that appears is not always a person you recognize. It is often something more archetypal, less detailed than a hallucinated stranger, yet more convincing than a fantasy, a presence that seems to know what you should do next. One of the most cited examples comes from the brutal endurance march of Ernest Shackleton's men after the Endurance was crushed in Antarctic ice. In the final push across the mountains of South Georgia, an uncharted crossing at the time, Shackleton later described the feeling that there was an additional person with them. 3 exhausted men crossing mountains, yet the sense of being 4. It wasn't presented as a campfire tale. It was described almost reluctantly, as if the admission itself felt unscientific. And yet it stayed with him. Decades later, others would describe it too, often in the same strange tone. Not excitement, not pride, more like quiet confusion. Like someone reporting an unexpected instrument reading that refuses to go away. Polar history is full of scenarios that seem designed to trigger it. Men hauling sledges across featureless ice for weeks. Survivors trapped in tents while storms erase the outside world. Lone climbers descending into hypothermia, their judgment failing one small decision at a time. And the third man does not always arrive as a figure you see. More often it arrives as something you feel. An invisible companion just out of sight, close enough to change your posture, your pace, the way you talk to yourself in your head. Some describe it as a calm, a sudden emotional leveling, as if panic is being held back by an unseen hand. In survival psychology, panic is a major killer. Panic wastes energy, fractures decision-making, and turns the simplest tasks into disasters. But the third man, in these accounts, often seems to do the opposite. It slows the panic. It narrows focus. It helps the person do the next right thing. Which raises the question, if this is a hallucination, why does it so often appear helpful? There are clinical reasons for this. The brain under extreme stress may generate what psychologists call social hallucinations or sensed presence experiences, often associated with sleep deprivation, trauma, hypothermia, and prolonged isolation. The mind, desperate for regulation, creates an internal model of a companion because companionship is stabilizing. It's a self-rescue mechanism, a way for the brain to outsource decision-making to a constructed other that feels more capable than the exhausted self. In other words, the third man may be the mind wearing a mask. But even that explanation still leaves an eerie residue. Because if it's merely the self, why does it feel so foreign? Why does it feel like someone else's intelligence in the room? Neuroscience has a clue. Our sense of self is not a single thing. It's a stitched-together experience created by multiple brain systems constantly exchanging information. When those systems are disrupted by fatigue, cold, hunger, oxygen deprivation, trauma, people can experience a splitting of agency. Actions feel given. Thoughts feel inserted. The boundary between internal and external becomes unreliable. There is also the brain's body mapping system, the machinery that tells you where you end and the world begins. When that mapping becomes unstable, the brain may misattribute its own signals to an external source. You might feel a presence at your shoulder because the brain is misreading its own otherness, projecting it outward into space. In laboratory settings, certain neurological conditions and experiments can induce sensed presence experiences. But the polar accounts add something else: narrative coherence. The presence doesn't just exist, it seems to participate, it seems to guide. And that's where the phenomenon becomes more than a medical footnote. Because the polar environment doesn't just cause hallucinations, it selects for the ones that keep you alive. If your brain is going to invent something in a crisis, the most adaptive thing it can invent is a companion who makes you keep walking. So the third man may be less supernatural and more evolutionary, an emergency function built into a social species. But there are details in the reports that complicate the comfort of that explanation. In some accounts, the presence is experienced by multiple people at once, not as a shared story after the fact, not as a suggestion implanted by one leader, yet described independently in similar terms. Two exhausted men, later comparing notes, each admitting they felt someone with them. Not exactly the same image, but the same unmistakable sense. We were not alone. Shared hallucinations can happen, especially in tightly bonded groups under extreme stress. Humans are suggestible. We sync emotionally and cognitively. A glance, a pause, a statement like, "Did you hear that?" can ripple outward and become a shared reality. But when the presence arrives without a verbal cue, when it is felt before it is spoken, people tend to hesitate, sometimes for years, before admitting it at all. Why would they hesitate? Because polar culture prizes toughness. The heroic age of exploration was built on stoicism, on the myth of the unbreakable man. To confess to an unseen companion was to invite ridicule. And yet these accounts persist. In modern expedition writing, you sometimes see the same phenomenon expressed in more clinical language. A sensed presence, the feeling of someone walking behind me, an extra voice in my decision-making. The vocabulary changes, but the shape of the experience remains. It's as if the Arctic and Antarctic, do not only test equipment and endurance, they test the boundaries of personhood. In the white world, the self begins to thin. Consider what happens when an expedition is down to the last resources. The decisions become brutal and simple. Do we eat now or later? Do we stop or keep moving? Do we burn fuel to melt snow or risk dehydration? Do we follow a compass course that feels wrong because the landscape provides no confirmation? This is where the third man often appears, at the edge of judgment. The presence, in many reports, does not speak in sentences. It doesn't deliver prophecies. It acts more subtly, like a hand on your pace. A shift in mood. A certainty that one option is safer than another, even when you cannot logically justify it. That's one reason the phenomenon is so haunting. It resembles intuition, but sharper. It resembles conscience, but more external. It resembles companionship, but without a face. And if you look at it through a philosophical lens, it becomes even stranger. What is a person really when stripped of social mirrors? In ordinary life, we confirm our identity constantly through other people. We speak and someone responds. We act and someone reacts. We exist in a network of feedback. But in the polar wilderness, that network collapses. There is only the body and the environment environment does not care. When the self loses feedback, the mind may create feedback. It may create an other to speak to, because speaking to someone, even silently, keeps the narrative of the self intact. It keeps time ordered. It keeps purpose alive. It keeps the body moving. In that sense, the third man is not a ghost. It is the mind trying to prevent itself from becoming a blank page. But then another layer emerges, one that makes the phenomenon difficult to file away. Why third man? Why not simply another voice? Why not my inner strength? Because the presence is often described as separate from the self, sometimes even slightly ahead, like a guide. And across cultures, humans have long had names for guiding presences: guardian angels, ancestors, spirits of the land, the genius of the place, the daimon that whispers in moments of crisis. The polar regions in indigenous traditions are not empty. They are alive with meaning. The Arctic has always been inhabited, not just by people, but by stories that treat ice as an intelligent entity, weather as a personality, animals as messengers. In some worldviews, the land itself is a participant. It watches, it warns, it teaches. If you place the third man phenomenon beside those traditions, the feeling of an unseen companion begins to look less like an error and more like an encounter with something the modern world has trained itself not to recognize. That doesn't mean it's literally supernatural, but it does suggest that the human mind may be tuned to perceive presence in certain landscapes, the way it perceives danger before it can explain it. A sixth sense, not for ghosts, but for survival in environments where mistakes are fatal. There's also the matter of morality. Many survival accounts describe moments where the presence feels not only helpful, but ethically oriented. It doesn't urge reckless heroics. It doesn't encourage surrender. It seems to push the person toward the next practical act. Share the ration, keep the pace, check the partner's frostbite, rest at the right time. It stabilizes the group's cohesion. Psychology might say, this is the social brain preserving cooperation, because cooperation increases survival odds. The presence is the brain's model of the group, enforcing the rules of mutual care, even when the body is too exhausted to remember them. But from another angle, it looks like something else entirely. A quiet intelligence arriving when the human mind is at its weakest. And that is the unsettling paradox. The third man appears when cognition is compromised, yet the guidance feels lucid. It appears when perception is unreliable, yet the presence feels real. It appears when the body is near collapse, yet the companion seems steady. If it is a hallucination, it is a strangely functional one. If it is a coping mechanism, it is one with a personality. If it is the self, it is the self wearing an unfamiliar face. Some researchers and writers have suggested that the third man phenomenon may belong to a broader category of experiences found in extreme environments. High-altitude mountaineering, open ocean solo sailing, long-distance desert crossings, even astronauts in confined spacecraft. Places where sensory input becomes monotonous, where stakes are absolute, where the mind is under continuous load. In those environments, people report voices, presences, and felt companions. Sometimes it's comforting, sometimes it's unnerving. Sometimes it's so normal seeming that the person forgets to mention it until later, like noticing too late that you've been talking to someone who was never there. It's tempting to see these experiences as proof that humans are fragile, but there is another interpretation, that humans are astonishingly adaptive, that when the environment tries to erase you, your mind creates a partner so you don't disappear. The Arctic has a way of turning the abstract into something intimate. In a city, isolation is a concept. In a tent pinned down by a storm for 3 days, isolation becomes a physical pressure. It becomes a soundlessness that feels thick. It becomes the sense that you are the only warm organism in a world of frozen matter. In those moments, the third man is not just a story. It is a psychological technology, a way to remain human. And yet, even if we accept every scientific explanation, hypothermia, sleep deprivation, stress-induced dissociation, something remains unresolved. Why do so many accounts describe the presence as calm? In clinical hallucinations, fear is common, confusion is common, but the third man, more often than not, brings steadiness. It is as if the mind, in its deepest emergency, reaches for a specific archetype, the guide, the companion, the watcher at your shoulder who keeps you from lying down in the snow. And there is something almost ceremonial about it. The presence arrives when the expedition crosses an invisible threshold, when the body is nearly finished, when the world is nearly blank, when the person becomes more like a moving point on a map than a living narrative. Perhaps that is why it lingers in polar storytelling, because it suggests that the last frontier isn't the ice, it's the self. In the previous chapter, we talked about navigation under ice, about certainty manufactured from instruments and secrecy, about claims made in a world where you cannot look outside and confirm them. The third man phenomenon is a different kind of navigation problem. It's what happens when the instrument panel is inside your own head, and the readings begin to include something you didn't pack. A compass that points not north, but toward survival. A voice that isn't quite a voice. A companion who doesn't leave footprints. And in polar survival, the line between real and useful becomes dangerously thin. If a presence helps you live, does it matter whether it exists outside you? If it keeps you moving, is it less real than the hunger that tries to stop you? There's a quiet dread in that question, because it hints at something we don't like to admit, that the mind's reality is negotiable under pressure. That identity can fracture and still function. That a human being can become a small committee of selves, and that sometimes the most competent member arrives wearing the illusion of someone else. So when an explorer writes, years later, about an extra person on the trail, Perhaps what they are confessing is not weakness, but the shape of a deeper truth, that we are not as singular as we feel. And maybe the Arctic reveals this more cleanly than anywhere else, because it removes every distraction. It leaves only the essentials: cold, distance, hunger, silence, and the strange, persistent need for another presence beside us. A final image lingers, a white plain with no horizon, a thin line of figures moving through it, dragging their lives behind them. 2 men, or 3, or 4, depending on whose memory you trust. A wind that erases footprints almost as soon as they're made, and a decision made quietly at the edge of endurance, guided by something that cannot be photographed, cannot be measured, cannot be proven, yet is remembered as vividly as frostbite. In a place where the world offers no landmarks, perhaps the mind becomes its own map. And perhaps, in the deepest blankness, it draws an extra figure, not to deceive, but to lead. But then the most haunting question returns, and it doesn't care whether you believe in spirits or synapses. When the ice closes in, when the lights dim, when certainty becomes a claim and survival becomes a coin toss, who is the one that walks beside you? And why does it always seem to arrive exactly when you're no longer sure you can trust your own mind? Story 11. The Crocker Land mirage that cost years. But if the polar night can place a companion beside you, an extra set of footsteps in the snow, then it can also do something equally unsettling. It can place an entire continent on the horizon. Because out on the ice, the mind doesn't only invent voices and presences to keep you moving. Sometimes the world itself seems to invent geography. A shoreline appears where no shoreline should be. Mountains rise from a blank white edge. A dark strip of land sits perfectly where a map insists there is only ocean. And it holds steady long enough for rational men to pack sleds, ration fuel, and stake years of their lives on its existence. In the early 20th century, the Arctic still contained spaces that were, for most of the world, barely more than rumors. White paper on charts, vague coastlines drawn from distant sightings. The kind of emptiness that invited a particular kind of certainty. The belief that if you saw something with your own eyes, it had to be there. And that belief would collide with a trick of light so convincing, so persistent, that it drained expeditions and broke human confidence in its own senses. This is the true story of Crocker Land, the phantom landmass that cost years and forced explorers to confront a brutal Arctic truth. In the far north, even reality can shimmer. It begins with Robert Edwin Peary, already famous for pushing into the high Arctic on campaigns that were as much logistical gambles as they were exploration. Peary's spring journeys relied on a narrow corridor of good ice, stable enough to travel, bright enough to navigate, and forgiving enough to let a party move fast before the season collapsed. In 1906, while traveling northwest from Ellesmere Island toward unknown waters, Peary reported seeing something extraordinary. On the far horizon, he described a distant land, dark and substantial, rising out of Arctic haze. To him, it looked like real terrain, a coastline perhaps, or mountains. And because the map was still incomplete, the site felt plausible. There were still islands waiting to be named. He called it Crocker Land, after George Crocker, a wealthy supporter. The name mattered. In exploration, naming turns a glimpse into a claim. It takes a moment of perception and pins it to paper like a specimen. Once it was named, it began to pull. Back home, Crocker Land settled into lectures, funding pitches, and the public imagination. A new landmass implied a new chapter, maybe a scientific prize with untouched geology and wildlife, maybe a stepping stone for future routes. But no one had measured its coastline. No one had landed a boot on it. It existed only as a distant sighting, seen through polar air, that can bend light into believable lies. Still, belief is powerful in a place defined by absence. In 1913, a new expedition was organized with Crocker Land as its crown objective. Donald Baxter McMillan, a former associate of Peary's, led the effort. McMillan wasn't simply chasing applause. He was a methodical observer, intent on mapping, collecting specimens, and turning rumor into confirmed geography. Crocker Land was framed as science. Go there, document it, and bring back proof. The expedition established itself on Ellesmere Island, where base meant a cluster of shelters and caches surrounded by a silence that never softened. Dogs had to be fed. Sledges had to be repaired from whatever could be salvaged. Every plan depended on weather that could erase a week with a single storm. When spring returned, McMillan and a small party set out across the sea ice toward the northwest. Their world narrowed to essentials: the hiss of breath in scarves, the rhythmic scrape of runners, the nervous reading of the sky for leads, black fractures of open water that could end a journey instantly. And then they saw it. You stop without meaning to, because something in your body recognizes shape where there should be none. The wind has quieted into a thin, dry hiss. The dogs' harness lines tremble as they shift their weight. Ahead, at the very edge of sight, the horizon is no longer a clean seam between white and pale sky. A dark band sits there, uneven, heavy, almost textured, like rock holding its ground. You lift your goggles, squint, blink hard against the brightness, and it's still there. Not a passing cloud shadow, not a trick you can laugh off. It looks like distance turned solid, a coastline, maybe cliffs, maybe higher ground stacked behind it. For a moment you feel the strange relief of finding an end to the blankness. The map in your head reaches forward to meet it. You can almost taste the certainty. One more march, one more ridge, and you'll step onto it. Then the cold returns to your face, and you realize how dangerous that relief is, because the land does not move like a destination. It simply waits, perfectly placed, daring you to trust your own eyes. A dark line on the horizon, uneven and heavy, like a coastline. As they traveled, the shape seemed to gather detail. It was not a brief shimmer that blinked away. It held steady with the calm authority of land. In certain light, it looked like cliffs and high ground. In others, it resembled distant mountains, stacked in pale layers against the sky. So they chased it. For days, they hauled forward over pressure ridges piled like frozen waves. They crossed wide plates of ice that looked solid but sounded hollow underfoot. The surface groaned, an immense, low complaint of shifting slabs. Yet ahead, the land remained, always placed at the exact boundary of sight. At first, the party assumed the usual logic of distance. The closer you get, the larger a thing becomes. But something in that logic began to fail. The mountains did not grow. The coastline did not sharpen. It stayed almost perfectly far, as if the horizon itself were dragging it backward at the same pace they moved forward. And then a stranger realization settled in. They had traveled far enough, according to their estimates, that they should have reached it. Yet under their feet, there was only sea ice, and beyond it, only more sea ice. The land still hovered ahead, unreachable. Eventually, practical reality forced a decision. Supplies, fatigue, and the risk of changing ice meant they had to turn back. They returned to their base not with a mapped coastline, but with an unsettling story. They had watched a continent sit on the horizon, and it had never been there. Crocker Land, it seemed, was a mirage. But to call it just a mirage is to underestimate what happened. In the high Arctic, mirages can be architectural. They don't merely blur, they construct. They build landscapes out of air. The mechanism is invisible but precise. Over ice, especially during calm weather, the atmosphere can form a temperature inversion. Instead of warm air rising and cooler air sitting above, the surface becomes so cold that the air hugging it chills and densifies, while slightly warmer air rests higher up. This creates stacked layers of different density, like sheets of glass. Light traveling through those layers bends. Sometimes it bends gently, making distant objects appear slightly lifted. Sometimes it bends violently, twisting the horizon into vertical towers and false cliffs. In the strongest cases, it produces a fata morgana, a complex mirage that can stretch, compress, and mirror distant features into shapes that look like cities, mountains, or an entirely new coastline. In polar regions, where sunlight stays low and the atmosphere can remain stable for long periods, these illusions can persist. The mirage doesn't flash and vanish. It holds, it tempts, it invites pursuit. And here is the psychological trap. Once you see land, you don't treat it like an illusion. You treat it like a destination. You begin to measure your life against it. One more day, one more push, one more ridge, and we'll reach it. Effort becomes proof. The harder you work, the more real it feels. This is why Crocker Land became more than a navigational error. It became an obsession that warped an entire expedition's timeline. The mission, meant to be finite, stretched through years of delays and isolation. Relief plans failed. The world beyond the ice moved on. The party adapted by hunting, studying, documenting, anything that could justify the time the Arctic had stolen. And all the while, the phantom objective lingered like a bruise on certainty. Because an honest mistake is one thing, a mirage is different. A mirage is an experience that feels true in the moment, then dissolves. It leaves not just disappointment, but doubt. Doubt in the simplest human contract with reality, that what you see is what exists. So what did Peary see in 1906? And what did Macmillan see in 1914? The most grounded answer is also the most unsettling. They likely saw a real optical phenomenon, shaped by physics, amplified by desire. A distant pattern of ice ridges, clouds, or atmospheric haze could be lifted and reassembled by inversion into the silhouette of land. The Arctic can take almost anything at the edge of vision and, under the right conditions, turn it into something that looks like geography. But there are other theories that cling to the story. Some wonder if Peary's sighting was exaggerated, consciously or unconsciously, because exploration in that era ran on narrative as much as navigation. Sponsors wanted discoveries. The public wanted new names on maps. A reported landmass was a convenient promise, one that would keep attention and funding alive. Yet that suspicion runs into a hard fact. Macmillan's party also saw it, not as a rumor, but as a visible shape that held steady long enough to chase for days. Which returns us to the most unnerving possibility. The Arctic itself was the accomplice. There's a reason this illusion had such power in 1913 and 1914. Navigation in the high Arctic was still an art practiced on unstable ground. A sextant reading depends on a visible horizon. Yet the Arctic horizon is often smeared by haze, lifted by refraction, or hidden behind looming, where objects appear higher than they are. Even careful observations can be nudged by the same atmospheric layering that creates mirages. Errors of a few miles become plausible, then forgiving, then invisible. And the ice itself conspires. When you travel over sea ice, you don't simply move across a surface, you move across a drifting system. The ground can slide under you while you sleep. Currents can carry entire fields. A camp that felt fixed at night can wake up slightly relocated, as if the world moved while you were unconscious. When that is your foundation, the mind clings harder to anything that looks stable, like a distant coastline. Macmillan's party was not the first to be haunted by phantom lands. Polar history is littered with them. Islands reported and named, then never found again. Coastlines drawn as certainty, later erased. Mountain ranges that turned out to be cloud banks hardened by cold light. The Arctic has always been a place where maps are negotiated between what exists and what appears. It's worth imagining what it felt like to stand on that ice, seeing a dark, structured horizon after days of nothing but white. The Arctic starves you of variety. It reduces the world until even a small change feels enormous. A smudge of darkness becomes a promise. A vertical line becomes a cliff. Your body is tired, your mind is hungry for confirmation, and the land ahead offers relief. It means the journey has an end. And then, slowly, it teaches you the opposite lesson, that the end can recede forever. Later, mapping confirmed what the exhausted men on the ice had already learned. There is no Crocker Land out there, no hidden continent waiting beyond Ellesmere. On paper, the story ends cleanly, but the feeling it leaves is not clean. The same atmosphere that once built a phantom landmass still hangs over the polar sea, layering itself into invisible lenses. Any future traveler, standing in the same cold light, staring into the same deceptive horizon, could feel that old pull again. The urge to trust the dark line, to believe the map has one more secret, to follow what the eyes insist is there. And when you finally stop, when you admit you cannot reach what you can see, the silence that follows feels less like weather and more like philosophy. Because if a landmass can be made of air, what else can? How many other facts are distant horizons we've decided to chase because they look solid from far away? And in the Arctic, where the sun hangs low and the atmosphere stacks itself into layers like glass, how can you ever be certain that the next dark shape at the edge of sight is truly land? And not the north, once again, drawing a map in light, waiting to see who will follow it into the blank. Story 12. The Franklin Expedition's Ice Trap. Not every illusion in the polar world is made of air and refraction. Some are made of silence, some are made of time. A ship can be real enough to touch, oak planks, iron bolts, tarred rope, and still vanishes completely as a mirage, not because it never existed, but because the Arctic learned how to hide it. There is no expedition more tightly sealed by ice, rumour, and longing than the last voyage of Sir John Franklin. In the spring of 1845, Britain launched what it believed would be a triumph, a final push to trace the Northwest Passage, to stitch the Atlantic to the Pacific with one line on a map. 2 ships, HMS Erebus and HMS Terror were reinforced for ice, fitted with auxiliary steam, and stocked for years. They carried instruments, books, uniforms, and thousands of tins of preserved food, modern confidence packed into wooden hulls. By late July, whalers in Baffin Bay saw them last, waiting for the right weather to press west. After that, the expedition slid into the archipelago, a broken maze of channels and islands where sea ice moves like a living thing. In summer, it can open a tempting lead of water. Overnight, it can lock shut hard enough to crush a ship's ribs. And if a ship becomes trapped, it doesn't simply stop. It becomes part of the landscape, another dark shape at the edge of sight. What makes the Franklin story feel like myth is that it did not end in one moment. It dissolved into long intervals no one witnessed. The Arctic did not merely kill, it erased, turning decisions into blank space. We know now that the ships wintered in 1845 to 1846 at Beechy Island. That detail is quietly devastating because it means the expedition was still organized, still believing in its plan. Men built winter quarters on shore. They hunted when they could. They waited for the sun to return. And 3 sailors died, early, unexpectedly, then were placed in graves that permafrost would preserve with unnatural tenderness. You are there on Beechy Island, and the cold is not a background detail. It is the first thing your body understands. The ground is hard as stone, and every tool bite feels like it rings through the earth. You work slowly, not out of reverence alone, but because the Arctic allows no haste. When the soil finally gives, it doesn't crumble like ordinary dirt. It peels back in stiff layers, as if the island has been laminating time. The lid is lifted, and the air that rises is not a smell you can name, more like the absence of warmth made tangible. Your light falls into the narrow space and catches the impossible. Skin held by cold, features still shaped, eyelashes like fine ink against pale cheeks. For a moment, you are not standing over a grave from the 1840s. You are standing at a door the Arctic never finished closing. The face does not move, but it feels as if it could, if the world remembered how. When their bodies were exhumed more than a century later, their faces looked less like history and more like sleep, an uncanny impression that the world moved on and forgot to tell them. Those graves raised the first unsettling question. Why were men dying in the very first winter? Illness, weakness brought north from England, a hidden flaw in provisions. The Arctic punishes the smallest vulnerability. A chest infection becomes fatal when the air itself hurts to breathe. A simple fever becomes a countdown. After Beechy, certainty breaks apart. The ships pushed south, deeper into the maze, toward King William Island. And by September 1846, they were beset in the ice, locked in place, not for weeks, but for seasons. The most important written trace of what followed was found later in a cairn at Victory Point. A brief message that reads like a window opened for a moment, then slammed shut. It tells us Franklin died in June 1847. It tells us the ships had been trapped for 19 months. And it tells us that on April 22nd, 1848, the survivors, 105 men, abandoned Erebus and Terror and began marching south toward the back river. Abandoned the ships. Those words carry an entire invisible world behind them. Months of dim lamplight below deck, ration books, frost-rimed breath, boots drying by a stove, the constant groan of ice against hull. You can almost hear the arguments that must have unfolded, whether to wait for a thaw, whether to send parties out, whether to gamble everything on a march. Because once you leave a ship in the Arctic, you are not leaving shelter. You are leaving a story that still has walls. Why did a well-equipped Royal Navy expedition unravel so completely? The answers compete like currents under ice. One possibility is slow poisoning. Franklin's men relied heavily on tinned provisions sealed with solder that contained lead. Lead can creep into the body, dulling judgment, weakening muscles, thickening the mind into fatigue. Some remains show elevated lead levels, but interpretation is difficult. Victorians lived with lead everywhere, and cold itself can shift how the body stores and records it. Still, the idea is haunting because it suggests a tragedy that worked from the inside. Not just starvation and frostbite, but decision-making slowly blunted at the exact moment clarity mattered most. Then there is scurvy, the old polar curse. Even with the Navy's hard-earned knowledge, preventing vitamin deficiency across multiple winters was a logistical trap. Preserved lime juice could be ineffective. Tinned vegetables could lose value. Scurvy doesn't strike like a storm. It weakens like a tide. Gums bleed. Wounds refuse to heal. Joints ache as if the bones are loosening. Men become slow, then slower, until walking itself feels like dragging someone else's body. Add pneumonia, tuberculosis, chronic infection. Add the way darkness changes the mind. Add the thin line between discipline and despair when every day looks the same. And above all, add the ice. The 1840s appear to have been years of heavy sea ice in parts of the Canadian Arctic. That matters because Franklin may not have been uniquely unlucky so much as caught in a broader northern mood, routes that might open in other years staying sealed, channels becoming prisons. The men would have watched leads appear and vanish, false doors in a hallway that keeps rearranging itself. Hope, offered and withdrawn. At the same time, the wider world began to search. At first, it was disbelief that Franklin could be late, then fear, then fixation. Ships were sent by the Admiralty, by private patrons, and tirelessly by Lady Jane Franklin, who refused to let her husband's story end in silence. Search parties traced coastlines, built cairns, left caches, asked questions in settlements, and filled the Arctic with messages meant for men who were already slipping out of reach. Those searches created a second Arctic, an Arctic of testimony. Inuit accounts, gathered by explorers, missionaries, and later scholars, described ships trapped in ice, men dragging boats overland, starving sailors staggering along the coast. They spoke of camps, scattered bodies, and a final collapse near rivers that do not forgive the weak. Some accounts described a ship sinking. Others suggested a few men returned to one of the vessels. There were also the most controversial claims that in the last extremity, some survivors resorted to cannibalism. For Victorian Britain, that idea was unbearable. The Franklin expedition was supposed to be discipline-made flesh, not desperation. Early reports were dismissed, attacked, or declared impossible. But decades later, bones recovered from the region showed cut marks and breakage consistent with marrow extraction, grim evidence that at least some of the Inuit testimony was not rumor, but observation. And still, even the harshest facts don't solve the central mystery. They make it heavier, because the question is not only what happened, but how it happened. Step by step, decision by decision, in the long middle where the Arctic kept its secrets. Why did they abandon the ships when the vessels still offered shelter? Perhaps supplies were dwindling. Perhaps the ships were becoming unlivable, cold, damp, infested, hopeless. Perhaps a thaw seemed unlikely, and a march felt like action, like agency. Perhaps command believed they could reach known outposts to the south. But south in that geography is not a direction. It is a distance measured in suffering. The march itself is surrounded by one of the story's strangest images. A boat found later on a sledge, loaded with equipment, some of it useful, some of it bafflingly heavy. Silverware, books, items that look like the last weight of a vanished world. Was it stubborn adherence to naval routine? A refusal to let go of status and order? Or was it simply that in 1848 they still expected to travel by water once they reached rivers, and they packed for every possibility as the Navy trained them to do? In the Arctic, weight becomes destiny. Every extra pound is paid for in breath. The modern wreck discoveries of Erebus and Terror felt, for a moment, like closure. Two long-lost bodies found at last. Yet wrecks are only punctuation. They tell us where the ships came to rest, not what was spoken inside them as the winter tightened. The ships were found apart. That separation reopened old questions. Did one drift? Did someone reboard? Did a small group try to sail when ice loosened, splitting survivors into competing strategies? If so, then there is an entire unrecorded chapter of return and relapse. Men stepping back into a ship that already felt like a tomb, because a tomb with walls can still feel safer than the open cold. And there are the signals that were never answered. The Arctic is full of sounds that imitate meaning. Distant cracks like cannon fire, wind like voices, auroras that seem to flicker with intention. Imagine men on watch seeing a dark shape on the horizon, another ship, another world, only to realize it is just pressure ice, the North learning how to look like rescue. Imagine the slow, emotional whiplash of that, day after day. In the end, the Franklin expedition became an archaeology of obsession. Relics found decades later, buttons, wood, bones, each object a small confession without context. Western archives held a few papers and official dates. Inuit memory held routes, sightings, places where men fell and did not rise. Between them is the largest missing archive of all, the lived experience inside the ice trap. What did the last winters sound like? The creak of timbers under pressure, the scrape of ice along the hull, the thin hiss of a stove, the quiet of men writing journals that were never recovered. What happened the day Franklin died? Was it sudden or a long decline? Did his death fracture command, or did it preserve a structure that kept men obeying orders long after those orders stopped making sense? And how many endings were there? Not one collapse, but many, small groups separating, each betting on a different path, each vanishing into the same white. The Arctic still holds the places where this happened. King William Island still has its low, stony horizons. The sea still freezes and breaks and freezes again, rewriting routes like a mind changing its story. The wrecks rest in cold water. The land keeps what it keeps. And so the haunting mystery remains, even after the ships were found. Not the question of whether Franklin vanished, because we know he did, but the question of what filled the long intervals, the decisions, the arguments, the moments of hope that rose like mirage and collapsed again. Because somewhere between the decks below the ice and the scattered remains on shore, there may still be a final message that no one has read, sealed in a drawer, buried under a collapsed can, pressed into mud like a letter under glass. A few lines of ink that might explain everything, or worse, a few lines that explain nothing at all, except that the men knew, in their last quiet hours, that the Arctic does not just take lives, it takes narratives, and it leaves us listening to wind over frozen channels, wondering what words were spoken inside those ships as the world tightened shut around them, and whether, For a time, they watched the pale horizon and truly believed the ice would let them go. Even the artifacts we do have behave like the Arctic itself. They preserve and distort at the same time. A scrap of paper survives because it was tucked into stone. A body survives because cold becomes a kind of embalmer. But whole journals vanish, as if language itself was too fragile to endure. And that selective preservation invites the mind to fill gaps with legend. Franklin becomes a symbol. His ships become ghosts. The North becomes a deliberate adversary. Yet the true adversary may have been simpler, a chain of small failures piling up in a place where recovery is not part of the design. Lady Jane Franklin understood that danger. She fought not only to find her husband, but to keep his story from being swallowed. Each search she funded was a protest against Arctic amnesia. And each time a search party returned with only another relic, a spoon, a plank, a rumor, it deepened the sense that the expedition was not lost at sea so much as absorbed into a place that specializes in disappearance. Today, science can measure lead in bone, read scars in tissue, trace patterns in ice. But it still cannot recreate the sound of a decision being made in a cramped cabin at 40 below, when the lamp is dim and the map is mostly blank. The Franklin expedition remains a case where facts accumulate without becoming a full narrative, an archive with missing pages to feel complete. And that may be why it remains unfinished, because somewhere, under ice that drifts like thought, the North may be holding the moment when the story could have turned, and chose instead to freeze. Story 13. The magnetic anomalies and polar navigation failures. Not all mysteries in the Arctic are sealed by snow and time. Some are written into the invisible physics of the place itself, into forces you cannot photograph, cannot touch, and cannot plead with. Franklin's world was one where the horizon erased landmarks and distance lied. Yet even in that emptiness, a human being can still point. A hand can still lift a compass and ask a simple question. Where is north? Near the pole, that question becomes an argument. For most of us, a compass is the oldest kind of certainty. A needle floats on a pivot, hesitates, and then settles, like a thought finding its conclusion. It feels honest, almost moral. And for centuries, explorers trusted it the way they trusted the sun to rise. Not because they understood every detail, but because it had always worked. Then they pushed too far. The high Arctic is not simply cold. It is geometrically strange. Meridians converge, so the idea of east and west begins to warp. A small mistake in heading becomes a large mistake in position because your map, in a sense, is folding beneath you. And above it all is an unseen architecture. Earth's magnetic field, a protective envelope generated by currents in the planet's molten core, stretching outward into space. We live inside it the way fish live inside water, rarely aware until a current shifts. A compass does not point to the North Pole. It points to magnetic north, which drifts. The difference between true north and magnetic north is called declination, and it changes by location and by year. That alone is a quiet hazard, a fixed map and a moving field. But near the pole, a deeper problem appears. The field lines plunge into the earth at steep angles. The needle wants to dive, to tilt downward, to drag its own point into the instrument's face. compasses are balanced for certain latitudes. Bring them far north, and they can become physically uncomfortable with their own job, like a tool designed for calm weather suddenly forced to work in a gale. Explorers described it with a kind of offended disbelief. The needle, once steady, would quiver. It would swing through wide arcs as if uncertain what it was being asked. Sometimes it would settle, and then, minutes later, drift again. In strong magnetic regions, it could be pulled toward iron in the environment, rocks rich in magnetite, or ore bodies hidden beneath the coastline. A ship's own nails and bolts and stoves could bias it, so that the very vessel built to save you becomes a magnetized lie. And above, in the darkness that lasts for months, the sky itself can reach down and touch your instruments. Aurora is beautiful from a warm room. Green curtains, silent motion, a cosmic ballet. But aurora is also electrical. Charged particles guided along magnetic field lines, colliding with the upper atmosphere, pumping energy into it. When the sun is active, when it releases storms of plasma and magnetic turbulence, those particles arrive in greater numbers. The aurora brightens, and radio crackles, and magnetic compasses can wander as if intoxicated. To the men on the ice, it could feel personal. You are out there, and there is no landmark to argue with. Only whiteness and breath and the faint scrape of your boots on wind-packed crust. You stop because your body needs a reason to believe the next hour of walking will mean something. You crouch, shoulders hunched against the cold, and bring the compass close, shielding it with your mittened hands as if warmth could steady truth. The glass is filmed with frost. You wipe it once, and the needle appears, alive, nervous, refusing to settle. It swings, overshoots, returns, trembles again. You turn your own body, slow and careful, waiting for the familiar agreement between instrument and instinct, but the needle keeps searching like it's listening to a voice you can't hear. Above you, the sky has that strange pale glow, an auroral smear behind cloud, not dramatic, just present, like electricity held back by a thin curtain. For a moment, the silence feels crowded. You glance up, then back down, and the needle has shifted again. It still points somewhere, it still answers, but you can't tell if it's guiding you or guiding you away. Disorientation in extreme environments is not just a navigational failure, it is a psychological one. There is a reason so many polar memoirs describe the Arctic as dreamlike. In a featureless landscape, the brain strains to build a sense of movement. In a whiteout, you can feel as though you are walking in place, as though the world is coming toward you rather than you moving through it. If the compass begins to drift, the last external reference slips away. The body keeps walking because stopping feels like death, but the mind begins to float. Directions become moods. A slight rise in the snow feels like progress, even if it is only a pressure ridge. A patch of darker cloud feels like land, even if it is only the atmosphere changing its mind. It is in this space, between physics and perception, that the most unsettling reports emerge. There are accounts, scattered through expedition records and aviation logs, of crews who became convinced they were traveling straight, only to discover they had been moving in a curve for hours. On sea ice, this can happen subtly. A wind at your flank pushes you. A ridge nudges your boots. You angle your body to resist and don't notice you've changed heading. On a ship, the current does it. In the air, it's worse. Without visible ground reference, a pilot can enter a slow, unrecognized bank, a gentle spiral that feels like level flight until fuel dwindles, and the world below, if it's visible at all, doesn't match the story the instruments have been telling. A magnetic compass in an aircraft is already a compromised device. It is affected by acceleration, by turning, by the aircraft's own magnetic fields, by the proximity of radios and wiring. Pilots train for its quirks, those strange lags and overshoots. But add high latitude effects, where the horizontal component of Earth's magnetic field weakens and the compass has less authority. It becomes easier to disturb, easier to misread, easier to distrust. And in distrust, people fall back on instinct. In the Arctic, instinct is not a compass. It is a memory of warmer places where the world gives you hints. By the early 20th century, as aircraft began to cross polar regions, the Arctic revealed a new kind of fragility. Gyrocompasses, devices that use a spinning gyroscope to maintain orientation relative to Earth's rotation, were developed in part to escape magnetic unreliability. But gyros drift. They require corrections. And near the poles, where the geometry of Earth's rotation complicates the north-seeking behavior of some systems, even gyros can become tricky. A navigator might use an astrocompass, aligning to the sun or stars with careful calculations, only to find the sky washed out, the horizon indistinct, the very shapes you need swallowed by cloud and glare. And so, again and again, the human being is forced back into estimation. Dead reckoning. Course and speed guessed. Wind inferred. Drift corrected by feel. It is a fragile arithmetic, and it accumulates error like snow accumulates on a tent. Quietly, relentlessly, until the shape beneath disappears. And then, there are the local anomalies. The places where even a careful system seems to be bent. Certain Arctic regions are known for magnetic irregularities. Sailors and explorers noticed compass disturbances near specific coasts and islands, where iron-bearing rocks could pull the needle away from its expected direction. In a world of blank white, those errors do not announce themselves. The needle still points somewhere. The line still looks clean on the map. Only days later, when you find land where there should be sea, or nothing where land should be, do you realize North had been quietly redefining itself beneath your hand? It is easy with modern understanding to say, this is geomagnetism, this is declination, this is dip, this is a storm-driven disturbance measured in tiny units. But for the people living it, the language was simpler and more frightening. They spoke of variation, of local attraction, of a compass gone wild. The words imply an animal, a thing with appetite, drawn off course by invisible hunger. Sometimes the anomaly was not just instrumental, but environmental. During powerful auroral storms, long wires can carry induced currents. Radios can fade and spit static. Signals can bend or vanish. Imagine being far out on the ice, with your only link to camp filled with hiss and phantom tones. Imagine the compass needle shifting at the same time, as if the sky has decided to interfere with every attempt to be found. You would not need superstition to feel haunted. You would only need a few hours in a landscape that offers no forgiveness. And yet, the most haunting element is how small the initial failure can be. A few degrees at the start of a march. A declination value copied from an old chart, faithful to the past, but wrong for the present. A compass set too close to a rifle barrel. A sun sight taken through thin cloud, the horizon blurred. Each is minor. Each feels correctable. But on an ice cap, on drifting pack, in a place where the land itself moves and the sea breathes through cracks, small errors do not stay small. They become distance. They become fatigue. They become decisions made at the edge of hunger. There is a particular tragedy to polar navigation, because it exposes how much north is an agreement, a shared fiction made practical. We draw lines on globes, we define poles, we name directions. But in the high Arctic, you are standing so near the axis of those definitions that they begin to lose meaning. East is no longer a stable concept. It can become toward one meridian, which is also toward every meridian. Walk far enough and your map's grid starts to behave like a net pulled tight at one point, every line converging, every direction refusing to stay separate. For navigators, this distortion is not philosophical, it is physical. It shows up as a heading that changes rapidly with position. It shows up as longitude lines collapsing into one another, so that a small drift left or right can swing your bearing to camp by enormous degrees. It shows up as the unsettling fact that you can walk in a straight line by your best measure and still feel as though you are chasing a moving idea. This is why many expeditions, when they could, anchored their work to fixed reference points: cairns, poles, caches, flags. They created their own geometry on the ice, as if to impose a human grid over a world that refused one. They marked paths with lines of sticks, with dark cloth, with barrels. But storms erase marks. Snow buries cairns, and the ice itself moves, carrying your carefully placed signposts away like driftwood. You return to where the marker should be and find only a smooth field of white. And you realize the Arctic has edited your map without asking. There are moments in the archives where you can feel dread rising. A ship trapped in ice relies on sledge parties to scout for open water. Those parties rely on compasses to return. If the compass is compromised, the party may miss the ship by a mile, an invisible mile, in a snowstorm at 30 below. Men can walk past each other without seeing, separated by a veil of blowing snow. They can camp within reach of safety and never know it. And later, when those stories are told, the cause is always slippery. Was it the weather? Was it exhaustion? Was it the compass? The answer is usually a mixture, but mixtures are hard to blame. It is easier somehow to imagine an Arctic with intent, an Arctic that confuses. Science offers calm explanations. The geomagnetic field is not uniform. It changes over time, and it can change rapidly during solar activity. Magnetic storms can cause sudden variations. Currents high in the atmosphere can shift local readings. In some places, mineral-rich geology adds its own distortions. And near the magnetic pole, the compass has less stability because the field's guiding component is weak. Everything about it is measurable, but measurement does not remove the feeling. Because to be lost in the Arctic is not simply to be in the wrong place. It is to be in a place that does not admit error. There is no room for the kind of wandering we tolerate elsewhere. No roadside, no warm house, no accidental discovery of a town. The Arctic makes direction feel like a moral choice. Every degree matters, every correction is a test, every disagreement between needle and sky is a small crisis. And sometimes, even when you do everything right, the world still behaves as if it has changed the rules. As radio navigation aids appeared and later systems promised to dissolve uncertainty, the Arctic continued to produce stories of confusion. Pilots described compasses that swung during auroral activity, bearings that drifted, static that rose like a storm in the headset. In some cases, crews turned back, unwilling to trust instruments that seemed possessed by invisible interference. In others, the decision was made too late. There is a chilling elegance to the idea that a storm on the surface of the sun can reach across space and nudge a needle in a cockpit, or distort a signal over ice, and by doing so, shift a human life by miles. It makes our technology feel thin. It reminds us that navigation is not just maps and machines, but living inside a star's mood. And perhaps that is the deeper mystery here. Not that compasses fail, but that we ever believed they were absolute. A compass is a conversation with the planet's core, mediated by metal and friction and hope. Near the pole, that conversation becomes whispered, garbled, interrupted by weather in space. The needle still moves. It still offers an answer. But the answer is no longer a promise. So when we read those old lines, compass unsteady, variation extraordinary, direction uncertain, we are not just reading technical notes. We are hearing a human mind confronting the loss of its simplest anchor. In a world of ice and silence, even north can become a rumor. And if Franklin's tragedy taught us how history can freeze into myth, the stories of magnetic failure teach something quieter and perhaps more unsettling, that in the far north, the very idea of orientation can dissolve. Because out there, under aurora that dances like electricity given a body, you can do everything a careful navigator is supposed to do, and still watch the needle drift. And when it does, the question returns, softly, relentlessly, like a voice inside the wind. If the compass can lie, then what exactly is guiding you home? The Arctic is filled with mysteries, some frozen into the ice, some scattered across drift lines, and others locked inside missing pages of expedition logs that were never meant to be recovered. The stories we've traveled through today are only a glimpse into what happens when human ambition meets a place that doesn't negotiate, where a wrong heading, a delayed resupply, or a single storm can turn history into silence. And even when the wreck is found, even when the notes are read, the most important minutes are often still missing. Because the farther north we go, the more the Arctic reminds us that discovery doesn't always bring closure. It just sharpens the question. If you enjoyed this journey into polar mysteries, make sure to subscribe and check out the other documentaries on the channel for more stories pulled from the edge of the known world. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay safe.